We'll call to order the Board of Commissioners meeting for Douglas County, Nebraska for Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. Please note that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the Legislative Chamber alongside an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the pledge. First order of business is the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business are items A and B. A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, and B being a call for a meeting and set Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 as date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do I have a motion and a second? Second. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have one protest item, item C, which is held over from our September 23rd meeting.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. To recap, with this organization, we reached out to them back in March. They're a church who rents space, and they have taxable, tangible, depreciable property that if they don't seek an exemption becomes taxable. We reached out to them back in March and said, if you wish to be exempt, you need to file an exemption application. I think initially we called them and then followed up with an email, and we got nothing. So the time expired for them to file, close of day on June 30. And so we sent them later on we sent them a penalty assessment estimating their value at $10,000 and imposing a 25% of the taxes due penalty. Under current rates, the tax amount on that is $200, $203, and the penalty, of course, a quarter of that is another $50. So $250 all in. We had the hearing on this. They filed a protest. Despite the fact that the law provides very little ability to waive penalties, but they filed a protest, and I reached out to them to kind of explain it further, this time by email. The pastor of the church got the email because he wrote me back and said, thank you for explaining all this. Then at the hearing on the 23rd on their protest, Commissioner Kavanaugh asked us to reach out to them one more time. The head of our personal property section called them and then followed up with an email with the appropriate form. What we got back was the exemption renewal application form, which was of the options they had, the least appropriate option. So literally, I am at my wit's end in terms of getting these folks squared away. And so I would advocate that the protest be dismissed. You don't really have much ability to waive penalties anyway. Well, the one thing they did on the renewal form that they filed is acknowledge that the value of their personal property more or less corresponded with our estimate assessment of $10,000. So all in, they're $250. We've got them on the list to send them our kickoff letter / email to begin exemption season for 2026, which will go out the first part of November. So I don't know what the hell else to do with them.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwillie. We'll go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwillie, thank you for the extraordinary efforts that you've gone through to reach these people. I know it's difficult under the best of circumstances, but you went the extra mile, and your office personally contacted them, emailed them, and they come back with the wrong thing after all of this. I don't know what more you could possibly have done other than maybe go to church there on Sunday and buttonhole the minister after services.
Well.
But that's probably too much to ask of any Register of Deeds.
Well,
I think that
and then
this,
you've got the notion of Big Brother showing up to somebody's church service.
the tax man shows up.
Yeah, that
I
whole
understand.
thing, I'm not sure I want to go down that
I
trail.
understand that. I understand that. I think you did everything and more that you could do, and I'm going to agree with your findings here. I don't want to give this any more probably an analysis or intention than we do on the treasurers when they send us the car things over. We don't really pick those apart either. So, same. I appreciate the effort, though. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Otherwise, what is the will of the board?
I make a motion to support Mr. Goodwillie in the assessor's office on this matter.
Which would be to dismiss the protest.
Dismiss it.
Very good.
Thank him for his efforts.
There's a motion by Morgan. Was that a second, Commissioner Kavanaugh? Okay, second by Kavanaugh. Let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have our resolutions under Board of Equalization, items D through G, which we can take in block plus adjournment if desired.
Second.
So moved by Rogers, second by Morgan. Did anybody from the public want to comment on resolutions D through G for equalization?
Alan M. Z. Barth, 1702 South 10th Street. 1702 South 10th Street, Omaha, Alan Z. Barth. I'm here on behalf of Inca Limited Liability Company with regard to item number F. The sole purpose for my appearance here today is ask you to accept the referee's recommendation for change on the property at 1502 Park Wild Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk or Mr. Goodwillie, any additional comment on this item?
Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. So, as it says on the agenda, the reason why this is coming before the board today is Mr. Zebar had submitted 6 protests. At the time, we felt like they were not submitted timely, but after some back and forth and more research into it, we determined that it's likely they were submitted on time. So we had the referee coordinator review the protest, and he's recommending a change on one of them, which he referenced, and then dismissal on the other 5. And if Mr. Zebarth wishes, he'd have 30 days to appeal these decisions today to Turk, so he hasn't missed his Turk window. If he wanted to keep contesting the value for 2025, but that's the background on the matter. Is one of the protests is getting a reduced valuation, and the other 5 are remaining the same. If you approve the recommendation from the referee coordinator.
Okay. And sir, are you in support of that package, or are you contesting the other 5?
At this point, we're not contesting the other 5.
Okay,
As we
got
say,
it.
We have the 30 days, and that we
Okay,
can address
so it
if
sounds
we
like
choose.
your request today is what our resolution would implement. So
Yes.
very good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? If not, we'll vote on D through G plus adjournment.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes equalization. We'll now jump into Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Fahey? Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business are items A and B under Section 1, A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. B being the approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. Do I have a motion, a second?
So moved.
Motion by Morgan, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have our consent agenda, items A through H. Do I have a motion, a second for discussion?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. We'll go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Questions for the record. In item A,
Before, real quick, sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. We're actually laying over item
Okay,
A.
sorry.
So,
Yep. Apologies. Mr. Clerk had mentioned that, so we're going to lay over item A as mentioned, but the rest are still in play. Any questions on the other ones?
yes, on item C, request for board approval of grant agreement between Project Harmony and the Douglas County. I think that's with the county attorney's office. Maybe the county attorney could enlighten us on that. For the record.
Sure, Commissioner Tracy, York County Attorney's Office. What was your question?
I'm sorry.
What was your question?
Oh, do you see the item D there?
Yes.
It's a grant agreement between Project Harmony and Douglas County. It lists the Douglas County attorney. I was just wondering if you could tell us for the record.
Sure, I can tell you a little bit about it. So it's a grant from Project Harmony to our office. It involves monies for the purposes of combating youth trafficking in Nebraska. And so that's something that we wanted to partner with Project Harmony on to continue to strive to end or diminish youth trafficking in Nebraska. So that's what that's about.
Thank you. And item G, there's a public property item here to approve a lease agreement transferring Burlington Trailways to Jefferson Line, located at 604 South 16th Street. I think that's the bus station over on the corrections campus. And I don't know if there's anybody that could speak to that. Mr. McGill.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeff McGill, Douglas County Public Properties. Yeah, Burlington Lines has left Omaha, and we're transferring the lease agreement or amendment to Jefferson Lines. They're a
So-
company out of Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Basically from one bus company to another.
Correct.
You know, this is on a campus and that is in, I guess you could say, transition, particularly relative to space for parking for our employees. And there have been, you know, discussions about where are we going to accommodate everybody. So this particular property, which basically is the northeast corner of the whole campus,
Correct.
the term of that lease, what would that tie that property up for?
It's a month-to-month lease.
Okay, so we could move ahead on anything
Yeah, I
that we
think there's a
wanted.
90-day out, but it's
Very good.
month-to-month.
And the price differential between the old lease and the new lease?
It remains the same.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Any other questions on consent agenda from board or public? If not, consent agenda?
Good morning, Gene Klein, the CEO of Project Harmony. Just to address a couple of questions. This is a partnership that's come across the community involving about 60 organizations. Project Harmony went out and solicited private support and some public support through the feds to strengthen our response in the community to children that are being sex trafficked in the metro area. This initiative started in January. We saw the need for strengthening the response from the county attorney's office, having a dedicated prosecutor that can specifically handle the children the buyers of sex for when children are involved and the sexual assaults in those cases. It's about $80,000 a year, which covers just about, not quite, the cost of a full-time prosecutor.
You say this is an ongoing project?
It is. The funding that we received is a 5-year period, and so the contract with the county is a 5-year window.
Okay, and so the funding came through Project Harmony?
It did, yeah. It's kind of the reverse of what we're used to, is that we usually receive funds from the county, we're giving them to the county.
Appreciate it. Does it basically constitute a wash of funds?
Well, the funds are coming to Project Harmony specific for this need,
Yes.
the trafficking response, and then the partners involved saw the need for additional support in the county attorney's office, and so the dollars are going straight to the county.
Okay. And what is the private source of these funds?
It's a variety of foundations, several foundations in Metro, and then individual supports. There are about 30 donors to this campaign. A total of about $12 million over 5 years will be spent just on this initiative.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the clarification.
Yep.
Thanks for being here. Anyone else on consent agenda? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, we'll move on our agenda here to recognitions and proclamations. We have items A through E. Starting with A, we have a special recognition for one of our colleagues in Douglas County. It is a resolution recognizing Tom Riley, Douglas County Public Defender, for 50 years of dedicated service. So, if you want to start making your way up here, I have a resolution on behalf of the board that will provide some good historical context for your service to Douglas County. So let me start by reading this and we'll get going here. So the resolution reads, whereas Thomas C. Riley was born on April 22nd, 1950 in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and went to attend St. Michael's College in Vermont after graduating with his law degree from Creighton University School of Law in 1975. And whereas on September 16th, 1975, Tom Riley began his distinguished career with the Douglas County Public Defender's Office, representing individuals charged with crimes who could not afford their own attorneys. And whereas over the past 50 years, Tom Riley has built a legacy of commitment to public service, leading the Public Defender's Office as its elected head since 1996 and being reelected by the people of Douglas County in every election since, most recently in 2024. And whereas today, under his leadership, the Douglas County Public Defender's Office includes more than 60 attorneys, supported by legal assistants, investigators, clerks, and staff, collectively managing approximately 10,000 misdemeanors and 4,000 felonies each year, while also representing clients in juvenile court, child support cases, and Board of Mental Health proceedings. And whereas Tom Riley has long held the belief that justice should not be determined by how much money a person has, and his career has been driven by the principle that all individuals deserve quality representation. And whereas amongst his most significant professional accomplishments is the Juvenile Resentencing Project, in which his office represented 14 Douglas County clients after the U.S. Supreme Court's Miller v. Alabama ruling, ensuring that juveniles sentenced to life without parole received new sentencing hearings. As a result of his advocacy, 6 individuals have been released and are now contributing positively to society, with others preparing for parole eligibility in the years ahead. And whereas his dedication extends beyond his profession to his family, as he and his wife of 48 years, Marcia, who lived in the Cathedral neighborhood where they raised their 8 children, Brendan, Connor, Maggie, Maureen, Patricia, Eileen, Claire, and Ciaran. Is that how you pronounce it? Ciaran.
Ciaran, yep.
Ciaran. Who, along with 5 grandchildren and more on the way, carry forward his legacy of love and commitment. Now therefore, be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that this board hereby recognizes and honors Douglas County Public Defender Thomas C. Riley for 50 years of extraordinary service. Signed this date, 7th day of October, 2025. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Morgan, second by Kavanaugh. And Mr. Riley.
Usually when I'm in front of you, I'm begging. Today, today I'm humbled, and I'm proud to have been working with members of the county board over my entire career. You've always been supportive of our office, and we wouldn't be where we're at today without the support of the county commissioners and their understanding of how important it is to have zealous representation of people who can't afford private counsel. So this is very humbling, and I just want to thank you for working with me for so long. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Morgan.
Well, I just want to thank you, Tom, so much for your service and your people. And I like to say behind your back, but I'll say it to you. I thank you for, I've seen your car here and seen you here on a Saturday, and you just have such a passion about doing the job. And it's amazing the hours you work to be sure that everything's being done in a proper way as a public defender. So I thank you very much for the service.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Let me go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Congratulations, Riles. I particularly wanted to note the inclusion of a very deserving notice recognition to Marcia and to the kids. Having grown up in a public service family, I know the toll it takes on families, and they have been really great, and you have nothing but reason for pride in all of those kids, particularly my goddaughter, Patty, who's followed in your footsteps as a lawyer, as have others. And I want to make sure that they receive a embossed copy, each of them, for this, because they contributed as well to your great legacy. Thanks.
Well said. Thank you.
Let me go to Commissioner Fahey.
Mr. Riley, congratulations. Most people don't know this, but this is actually my second stint as a county employee. My first one was my first summer as a law student working as a law clerk in the public defender's office for Mr. Riley. So I'm very honored to have had that time and to have learned from the best. It doesn't fit on a tourism brochure very well, but I do want to stress that the immense and really rare quality of representation that defendants get at the Douglas County Public Defender's Office relative to other similar offices around the country. That's a testament to obviously your great skill as a trial attorney and just your great work as a leader of that office, and the whole county is very grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I wish you'd have stayed with us.
We'll go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Tom Riley, you 50 years, and let me make sure I get this straight. You've been married 48 years.
Right.
So she married you knowing not just that you were a lawyer, but you were on the career path that you were on. She should be the one receiving this award. Is
There's
she
a lot
here?
of truth in that.
No, Tom. I've seen your work, and I know your dedication, and I can't thank you enough. I don't know. I've had 13 jobs in 35 years. You've had one. Thanks for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Borgerson.
It is my honor to sit here today to honor you, Tom. You are the most compassionate elected official that I know. What you've done over the years for those less fortunate is amazing. And I thank you for that. I thank you for your professionalism. for your apoliticalism. And again, I'm just honored to be able to honor you today. So thank you for all your years of service. And I'm honored to be able to serve as many years as I have with you. So
Thank you, Commissioner. You've been always so supportive of our office. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, you don't recall this because I was just hanging around as a staffer with somebody running. I do remember being with the late Greg Rhodes in 1996 when you were beginning the campaign for that office. And not knowing a lot, I do know I trust his word on a lawyer, and his word is rang true in regards to your work and dedication and grinding through legal training myself right now. I've come to appreciate that job more in these times, and so thank you for your hard work.
Thanks, Commissioner. I often say that when I started this job, I was about your height. But getting beaten over the head as long as I have, this is where I end up.
All right. Thank you so much. Setting the bar high for all of us in public service. So thank you again for being here so that we can acknowledge your 50 years of commitment to Douglas County citizens. With that, we do have a motion in second, I think, don't we? Yes. So let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
And if you don't mind joining us for a picture. All right, next we have the recognition of 3 county employees who are retiring. First, we have Michelle Hatch, who worked for Douglas County Communications Department for 26 years. Also, Connie Blackburn, who worked for the Douglas County Health Department for 29 years. And also Randy J. Johnson, who worked for the Douglas County Corrections Department for 36 years. Are any of them present today? I don't think they are, but we want to thank them for their commitment to Douglas County as well and their service to the citizens. We can vote on those in block if desired. Second. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan to vote on B, C, and D.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have one final recognition, item E, which is recognizing the 50th anniversary of UNO's European Studies Conference. And do we have some reps here today? Very good. Then Commissioner Cavanaugh, did you want to do the honor here?
Thank you. Bouchalt, who is the chair of the 50th Annual European Studies Conference at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, here with us today. Thank you for taking the time. Resolved, whereas this month the University of Nebraska Omaha will celebrate 50 years of holding its Interdisciplinary European Studies Conference, and whereas founded in 1975, UNO's European Studies Conference has welcomed participants from college universities from around the world with diverse academic disciplines to hear new ideas, create new synergies, and share new insights into past and current cultural flashpoints and challenges. And whereas for its 50th anniversary, scholars from more than 28 universities and research organizations and from 9 different countries, including India, the Czech Republic, Italy, the United Kingdom, the Republic of Ireland, Poland, Romania, Canada, and Azerbaijan, have come to Omaha to celebrate the best of intellectual and cultural exchange. And whereas the European Studies Conference has traditionally been an intellectual space that welcomes and mentors graduate students, this year there are more than 20 students representing all 3 University of Nebraska campuses, as well as several other American universities and international universities that have been invited to share their ideas as the next generation of scholars and public intellectuals. And whereas the European Studies Conference has embodied UNO's core values of excellence, engagement, discovery, integrity, and maverick spirit for 50 years, there are few academic organizations who have maintained a presence on any scholarly discipline landscape or in the local and global communities for 50 years. And yet UNO's European Studies Conference has managed to run annually for that entire time, even during the pandemic. And whereas this year, the 2025 UNO European Studies Conference is co-sponsored by the Government of Ireland Immigrant Support Program and the Omaha Irish Cultural Center, and whereas UNO's European Studies Conference pledges to continue to welcome scholars from around the globe to Omaha every fall to foster the free exchange of diverse ideas and research, to mentor the next generation of public intellectuals, and to remain the uniquely collegial community of interdisciplinary scholars that the conference has always been for another 50 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Board of Commissioners that this board hereby recognizes the University of Nebraska Omaha in celebrating the 50th anniversary of its European Studies Conference, dated the 7th day of October, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the European Studies Conference and the University of Nebraska Omaha, I want to thank the Douglas County Board for the recognition of this milestone accomplishment on the part of the European Studies Conference and UNO. Over the years, the conference has been supported by both Humanities Nebraska and the Nebraska Arts Council. But this is the first time that the conference has had sponsorship from the international community. And that is through the very generous grant from the Irish government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs Immigrant Support Program that was given to us through our first-time collaboration with the Omaha Irish Cultural Center. So my sincere thanks for this recognition. And I thank you for the recognition of UNO's significant contribution to and for being an integral part of our community and part of what makes the city of Omaha and Douglas County such a vibrant and exciting community in which to live. Hopefully, for the next 50 years, we will continue to expand the conference in the international community, and we will continue to put Douglas County and Omaha on the international map. So thank you.
Thank you. The conference has provided us with information packages that all the commissioners get. I'd also like to thank Chairman Garcia, my colleague, Mr. Fahey, for co-sponsoring this with me. Could we get a quick picture, maybe, Doctor?
Oh, of course.
Let's do the motion and vote real quick, and then we'll do the picture. Yeah.
Okay.
So did you motion?
Oh,
Mr.
so
Campbell?
moved.
So move. Second by Fahey. Let's get that voting.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. All right, that concludes our recognitions for today. We are going to move towards section 7, public hearings, of which we have 5 total. The first one is item A, application from John Carell on behalf of the Cerrone family for a farmstead lot split location at 6220 South 234th Street, Section 10, Township 14, Range 10, at the parcel ID mentioned there on the final agenda. And it appears that there's also ties to item B on the agenda as well, but we'll take them one at a time. I will now open up the public hearing for item A.
Good morning, Commissioners. Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. I'll talk a little bit about what a farmstead lot split is. So in our regulations, if you have a qualifying piece of ag zone land and an existing homestead, this will allow you to split the homestead away from the rest of the ag zone property. It does not create an additional building lot. The ag zone portion will stay in ag, and the newly created parcel with the homestead on it will be rezoned to rural residential. So in this situation, this is a 26-acre piece of ag land with an existing home on it that will be split away. So the portion that will remain in ag is approximately 20 acres, and the newly created parcel that will be rezoned to rural residential is a little over 6 acres. Planning Commission heard this at their September 17th meeting and recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you for this. And I know you put a lot of work into this, as did the zoning board. And I believe Mr. Levy's here today as well. Maybe you could join us. I wanted to have a little public discussion to get this in the record. There are 3 of these.
May I?
Yeah.
This application is not related to the last 3. This first 2 applications are separate from the last 3 applications that I think you might be referencing.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
And, you know, I just wanted to clarify that this, just for the record, so people know what we're doing, involves a longstanding Valley Corporation.
We're not there yet, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Items
thought we
A
were
and
on the
B.
Valley thing.
We are not there yet. This is the first 2 items. And so-
I misheard. I apologize.
That's okay. But I agree with you. When we get to those last 3
No,
applications,
I jumped ahead.
I'm happy to have conversation.
We'll get to it.
Yes, we will. I'm happy to answer questions on this item, though.
Anything on item A? If not, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board? Motion approved by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. I will now go to item B, which is an application from John Carell on behalf of the Cerrone family for a rezone from agriculture zoning to rural residential zoning for a property located at 6220 South 234th Street, Section 10, Township 14, Range 10, at the parcel ID listed on the final agenda. I will now open the public hearing for item B. Laura?
Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. This is just the second portion of that farmstead lot split where we are rezoning that existing or newly created parcel of land with the home on it to rural residential. Again, the Planning Commission recommended approval at their September 17th meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have on this rezone.
Let's go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laura, thanks for all the information. And can you tell me, I don't want to, we're going to spend time later on other items, but they sort of relate a little bit to the thought process I have. How, when you have ag property, or you have property that's been zoned ag, if you're gonna change zoning to rural residential, does it require,
there's no special use permit required. But if you were going to do it in a different manner, if you were going to switch something from ag to a different type of zoning, would you require a special use permit, or does it depend on the circumstance?
It would depend on the circumstance. In this situation, a special use permit is not required.
What would happen if this was close? Okay, we'll deal. I'll talk offline with you about it. I'm learning some things over the last week, and I'm sure we could have a long, drawn-out discussion. We won't do that right now. Thank you, Laura.
I'm happy to have a conversation anytime.
Any other questions or comments on item B? If not, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board? Motion to approve by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have 3 public hearings that are, we'll take separately, but are related to each other. The first one is item C, application from Matthew Bevington for an amendment, for a amendment to the future land use map of the comprehensive plan to allow an industrial designation of a parcel located at 10798 North 312, Section 16, Township 16, Range 9, at the parcel ID listed on the final agenda. I will now open up the public hearing for item C.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Laura Dietrich, Planning and Zoning Coordinator. I'm going to talk about the applications as they build on each other. I know they'll be taken separately, but I want to offer some context to the applications. Valley Corps and I started meeting on these applications back in December, and the applications were put on the agenda for March 26th, the Planning Commission agenda, for March 26th. At that time, the Planning Commission recommended holding over the applications until we had the terms of the special use permit more clarified. We then brought this back in front of the Planning Commission July 16th, where they recommended approval of the applications. So as they build on each other. In order to get to the special use permit to operate a construction yard, it needs to be zoned industrial. Currently, the parcel that they are looking at is zoned ag. It will need a comp plan amendment of the future land use map of our comp plan to redesignate that parcel from ag to industrial. The second part of that application, or the second application, is to rezone the parcel as it exists today from ag to an industrial. If those are both approved, then the special use permit for the construction yard could then be considered. I think that's all I'm going to say, because I know there's a lot of other people that want to speak. However, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of these applications at their July 16th meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Go ahead, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Mr. Kavanaugh?
Well, we're here now.
We're here now. It's all you.
And I was wondering, because this is kind of a visual thing, if we have a map that we could put up so that people watching can understand what we're actually dealing with.
Do you want a map of where it's located? Do you want a map of what they're proposing? What would you like? Because I have it all, I believe.
So initially, when we had our discussions at the department, there was a map of the comprehensive area. It was the area affected. It was the area where Valley Corp currently is located. It was kind of a whole wedge of land going
Go the other direction? Thank you. I
up
apologize.
the highway. This is the north part of it, but we don't get City of Valley on the south end. And we're
Okay,
just
so
about there.
this-
I think it's where the red dot is, where the
That-
Valley Corp is now, where your hand is covering
This right
it.
here is where they're currently located.
That's where they are now.
That's the parcel.
And that's where they're going.
Correct.
Okay. So this is an interesting and really rather significant relocation of a long-standing Valley, Nebraska corporation, which in the course of time, the city has kind of grown up around this industrial park. And so it is literally surrounded, and I want to thank you for going out there with me and kind of taking an entire day to inspect it. Surrounded by kind of residential stuff, these lake communities, which are kind of new, although the original one is one that I vacationed at as a small boy, and fairly significant residences. And then you have Valley Corp. If you could describe it so people watching could know kind of what it is.
Gosh, I'm going to try and do this justice. Valley Core is a construction yard.
You speak into the mic.
They do
I'm sorry.
concrete recycling.
They do concrete recycling and other things.
I'm so sorry. They have an underground cable company. What, Matt? Do you want Matt to speak on this?
Well,
or
I mean,
can
specifically the location in Valley.
That's what they are doing, concrete recycling there.
Yeah.
It's a much smaller footprint. They need more land to consolidate more of their businesses. They have several that they'll be moving to this new site. What
Okay.
else?
And because it's now kind of surrounded by its residential development and the highway on one side, they seek to go north up the highway to the kind of triangle-shaped property, which is essentially kind of ag land right now.
It is ag land. There's not a lot of residents on this side. There are residents on the other side of the highway corridor and the railroad tracks. This new site is close to highway access, which is moving truck traffic out of Valley proper and closer to the interstate or closer to the highway.
Right. Actually, on the other side, on the what would be the west side, I guess, is the highway, then railroad tracks. Then I think, is it 2 residents there just adjacent on the other side towards the river?
There are 2 that are
Yeah.
kind of directly
2
across from
individual
that.
residents. So it's basically out in the country on its own, separated by railroad tracks and a highway from anybody. And there is like a sand pit or sand and gravel pit to the south of it, which may be developed sometime in the future. We could come back.
Yes, there
Sounds
is
good.
resource extraction to the kind of southeast of this property currently.
All right, let me get somebody else in here. Other questions or comments from board before I go to the public? And then loop back around to any second rounds. No? Otherwise, anybody from the public wanting to comment on this item?
Good morning, Commissioner
Morning.
Garcia, Commissioners. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Jim Bouger, 10250 Regency Circle. I'm here on behalf of Valley Corporation. I have Matt Bevington, who's the CEO and President of Valley Corp, here today with us. As Laura indicated, we're here today. This is an economic development project. Valley Corporation desires to relocate and expand its existing businesses from the city of Valley to this new site, which is located to the west and north of where its current location is in the city of Valley. There's been a lot of consideration as to how this project is moved forward, and I want to get into that a little bit, but I want to maybe answer a couple questions about that Commissioner Kavanaugh raised about what is Valley Corp. Valley Corp is actually 3 different companies that are intending to relocate. Valley Corp is a heavy civil construction company that does projects, large-scale projects throughout the Omaha metro area and outside the metro area. I'm very familiar with Valley Corp because I represent a lot of SIDs. They bid on a lot of the paving and sewer projects that our SIDs represent. I've also worked on several large private projects, the Mercantile Project downtown, Crossroads Project. Valley Corp has provided substantial services, construction services, to improve those projects, the infrastructure for those projects. The second company is TJ Cabling. This is a high-speed internet cable company, installs cable throughout, again, the metro area and outside the metro area. That business is presently situated principally in another location that Matt and Valley Corp desires to consolidate in this other site. And then the third is Midwest Aggregate Recycling, which is the concrete recycling business that currently operates on this site. The Valley Corp headquarters are also situated on the existing site in Valley, which would then be reconstructed and relocated to the new site. Again, there's approximately 260 employees between the three companies. It's a very significant business. Matt anticipates that this business will grow and potentially double over the next 10 to 15 years, $130 million in revenue presently. This is a pretty significant and important economic driver for the City of Valley, for Douglas County. Obviously, there's been a lot of attention recently. You've seen articles in the paper about the challenges that our community, Nebraska, Omaha, have faced with some of our peer cities in driving employment. And I think it's really important to emphasize that Valley Corporation is a great corporate citizen. These are high-paying jobs, and it's very valuable to not only the City of Valley, but also to Douglas County. So I guess that's the background on Valley Corp. The process that we've gone through to get here, it's been substantial. This is the first representation I've had of Valley Corp. I was introduced to Matt in February. He called to ask if I could help him with the entitlement process for this project. I obviously had run into Valley Corp through some of my other lawyer work that I do and with development clients. But I said, okay, yeah, I'd be very interested, but I don't know enough about your company. I'd like to understand the project that you're proposing. Need to talk to the civil engineers and the architects that have, done the site plan for you, and just kind of understand the groundwork. And so I went out and met with Matt.
I do need you to wrap up.
Sorry. Okay.
Though,
there's time limit on.
There's a 4-minute per speaker time limit.
Okay.
If Matt himself wants a round, he can have a round, but
okay.
Every individual gets 4 minutes.
Well, so I'll just move on through the process that we've gone through. We've been to 2 public hearings.
Well, I can't. I got to cut you off after 4 minutes.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. But.
All right. Well, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commissioners might have when we're done with the public testimony. So.
Though since every item is technically distinct, C, D, and E, you could come back on D and then E.
Okay.
If you wanted to finish out some thoughts there. Yep.
All right, Matt Bevington, 25404 Bennington Road, Valley, Nebraska, CEO of Valley Corp and TJ Cable. First of all, thank you everybody for having us and listening to us today. Jim really did cover quite a bit, so I think to kind of keep things short, I just want to talk about a few points I think that are important to us and to Valley in general. Number one, it's really important that we want to maintain and continue to be a Valley company. That's our name, Valley Corp. We've been in the area for over 50 years, and we'd love to continue to grow with it for another 50. And as we started this process, finding the property that would suit the amount of truck traffic we have, the amount of growth that we're looking for, really becomes a challenge. And that really drives us towards that Highway 275 expressway corridor, where we see already a lot of commercial and industrial and those types of things. Those are a couple of really key things for us. Also, we want to try to keep our employees in Douglas County, in Valley. As a substantial large employer, they live there, they spend their money there, and we'd like to keep their commute short. And lastly, when you look at our operations and our truck traffic, I think it's really important to consider trying to put our operation as close as we can to those main arteries as far as highway and expressway arteries. And I believe that this site does fulfill that purpose. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from public before I loop back around to commissioners for a second round?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road. I'm going to use this, yes. Appearing on behalf of the development of Glass Lake. And for those of you who don't know, Glass Lake is the proposed residential mixed-use lake development that is immediately south and to the east of the proposed Valley Corp headquarters here. This plat is a site plan. This was actually platted and subdivided and zoned back in 2007. The dredging operation is taking quite some time, but it has most of its dredged, at least half of the way that can actually be developed for half of the proposed lake development. We're actually in the process of seeking to this county to cede jurisdiction to the city of Valley, so we can essentially be under one umbrella from a zoning and subdivision regulation perspective. What we're here today is not really an indictment of Valley Corporation. I think we all acknowledge Valley Corporation is a great corporate citizen for the city of Valley. But what we're here really to talk about is a land use decision. And that's where we have the problem. And it is the amendment to the future land use map that causes all of the consternation with respect to the Glass Lake development and developers. This is a 254 lot subdivision that will be valued at over $260 million when it's complete. This proposed Valley headquarters, with its rock crushing operation and tree grinding operation, its heavy truck traffic and noise and dust components of what they're proposing to do here, creates a significant problem for the Glass Lake development. I think it loses its value significantly. And you know, master plans and comp plans and future land use maps are designed to provide predictability to landowners, to residents, to other people surrounding, you know, the areas, and they rely on future land use maps in making their investment decisions. And so amending a future land use map shouldn't be an easy thing. There should be a real valid reason for doing so, and in doing so, it needs to be compatible with the surrounding areas. And in this particular case, a heavy industrial use that requires a special use permit, not just an industrial zoning, but a special use permit to operate, should not be permitted to go into an area that's currently designated as ag in the county. And I think this flies, you know, right in the face of your current existing future land use map, to the detriment of all the surrounding property owners. I would tell you that I don't believe that, and this could get into the actual special use permit, but the problem is in amending this master plan and allowing for the rezoning, if Valley Corp doesn't go forward, you're allowing any other industrial users to come in as a matter of right to pull a building permit under the permitted uses under the industrial zoning classification. My understanding is that there is not even a traffic study that's been done. Todd Fitzer is on the call here today, so if you have questions of him, it's my understanding that with the proposed truck traffic that will be generated by the Valley Corp operation, is that there may be significant public improvements that are required, maybe such that it becomes not feasible for them to move forward with this proposed headquarters and proposed development at this location. My understanding is that a traffic study could show additional lane widenings of the roadways. It could show traffic signal requirements. It could be millions and millions of dollars. Well, that hasn't even been fleshed out yet. And here we are talking about an amendment to a master plan and a future land use map that impacts this entire area. So I think we should be very, very careful in how we proceed forward.
I got to.
And that's
I'll
my
give you
time.
10 seconds to wrap
So
up.
I'll turn it over to the others that probably have more to add. But again, I'm here for questions that
Thank
you may
you.
have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if anyone's presenting anything that has not been submitted ahead of time, the clerk needs a copy. So thank you.
I do not. Good morning. My name is Alex Shaner, 1601 Dodge Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I represent Dave Hevronic and Michael Hunke, property owners directly west on Reichmuth Road, across the street from the proposed industrial development. I submitted some comments previously, but I thank you for your time and diligence. I know this is not an easy decision. However, on behalf of my clients and property owners who live across the street from the proposed site, I would request that the commission deny all 3 zoning regulations. Mr. Jobin, and I try not to repeat for the sake of efficiency, as Mr. Jobin pointed out, the first task before you, commissioners, is to amend the comprehensive development plan specifically for the future land use map that currently zones this area ag. And the request is to zone it and to approve change into industrial district. We believe that the current future land use map provides the balances of protecting existing uses, particularly the rural character of to be frank, kind of the rural, what's left of Douglas County. And I think it balances and guides development into areas where development is better suited. From my understanding, the future land use map was put in place in 2018, not that long ago, and I believe it balances these concerns. And I think at the bottom line, Mr. Hunke and Mr. Hevronic will speak more directly based on their lived experience, but this balances the existing uses, but also it's important to zoom out 30,000-foot view as to this application and what's actually being requested. Again, I share no, ill will to Valley Corp and their corporate citizen, their standing, but I think the biggest picture is anytime you are seeking to amend a comprehensive development plan, future land use, I respectfully believe it should be compatible with existing uses, and it's simply not the case here. The zoning district, the applicant seeks to go from the least intensive use, ag use, to the most intensive use, industrial district. And as Mr. Jobin said, they can't even comply with the industrial district itself, hence why they need a special use permit. I think skipping all intermediate zoning, this is not a commercial strip mall going from a commercial use to an industrial district. It's the least intensive use, ag and low residential development, to the most intensive use. And I think that is of concern to my clients, but in particular, zooming back into seeing what this proposed site is. It is up to traffic concerns, up to 200 trucks per day based on the materials submitted by Valley Corp itself. And these aren't, pickup trucks, commissioners. These are concrete trucks loaded with aggregate, with recycling materials. And I think on a 2-lane Reichmuth Road, without my understanding, I have never been presented with a traffic study, neither of my clients. I don't know if one has been done, if the county has asked for one. But I think in any case, I would argue, basic understanding of traffic zones and safety in this area, it should be at the forefront. And I think based on the conditions even that the Planning Commission proposed, requiring substantial compliance with the site plan. My clients are concerned because the site plan that Valley Corp has proposed has already been amended to add a tree grinding facility. I think strict compliance at the bare minimum, if SUP is considered, should be required. But zooming out, and I don't want to take too much more time, I appreciate your time, but I think zooming out to understand what is actually being requested here, members of the commission, simply doesn't fit with a potential property owner, because to my understanding, Valley Corp doesn't own this property yet. And I think my clients are concerned about the precedent that this sets, allowing a potential property owner to amend the future land use map,
20
to
seconds.
amend the zoning regulations, and to then get a special use permit, all for a property that is not compatible with existing use. Thank you.
Thank you. Others?
Mike Hunke, 608 West 9th Street, Fremont. I own the property directly across the road from the proposed site. I'm obviously not wild about this. Between the traffic and the dust and noise, I just don't feel it fits the area. We have, I guess I've gained knowledge from neighbors and fellow landowners that I never knew before, and talked to them, and they all agree that this doesn't seem to fit the area. We're kind of making a drastic change. And I know when the lake property came in, they went through this same process at one time. And we got letters to go in front of you on that. I didn't feel a need to at that time because I felt that was something that actually fit what was going to happen in the future. I just think we're trying to do a drastic change for what we have there now. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Others?
My name's Dave Hevronic. I also live directly across from this property. My address is 31815 West Reichmuth Road. My wife and I have a 12-year-old daughter, and we've just lived at this property for a little over 5 years. We bought the property because we're outdoor people. We like just being outside. We hunt and fish. We like nature. We have a 7-acre pond in the backyard, and we're also right along the Platte River here. This area, the Platte River, is actually a game refuge. The game refuge runs from Highway 92 all the way to Rogers, Nebraska. People don't realize it, but it's the largest game refuge in the United States. Some of the reasons I'm against this project is is the health concerns for my family, the health risks. I'm also concerned about the noise it would create. When you crush concrete, it causes silica dust, and that silica dust goes airborne. It's actually very hazardous. Same with the tree grinding. The trees, a lot of these trees have been cut down because they've had diseases, mold, fungus, and they both of them create a lot of the same health issues, which is they create respiratory issues, they can create lung cancer, they can also create kidney failure. And when you're living and you're exposed to this every day, it can take just 4 to 5 years for these symptoms to start. OSHA actually protects the people that work in these facilities. Like the operators have to be in an enclosed cab that's filtered with an N95 filter. It's got to have heat and air. I only live 400 feet from this site, and OSHA doesn't protect me. I have no problem with Matt. Actually, Matt and I used to be neighbors. We served on the same homeowners association board. He was the president of the board for many years as I was the vice president. We worked together very well. When I moved here, Matt stopped out to see my new property. I actually had 12 loads of crushed concrete delivered to put on the roads where I lived. I support his business. It don't fit the criteria of this area. I don't think we should be changing the zoning from agricultural to heavy industrial. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any others from the public?
Thank you, Commissioners. Bradley Hike, 10836 Old Mill Road. I'm with TD2 Engineering. We're consulting engineers for the Glass Lake project that Mr. Jobin mentioned. I just want to touch briefly on a comp use plan, or on comp plans and future land use maps. As a development engineer in the area, when a client or a developer comes to us with a new project, the first thing we always look at is what is the comp plan and future land use in whatever jurisdiction we're working in. So that's a driver for a lot of decisions of projects. Typically, when I've seen amendments to comp plans or future land use maps, it is either cleaning up lines because these land use maps are drawn at a massive scale, and properties are owned and developed in kind of weird angles and things, so maybe a line gets shifted, or sometimes a use changes by one intensity up or down. So like a low intensity residential might go to medium density residential or vice versa. I haven't seen this where it goes from the lowest intensity use to a highest intensity use. It's kind of like a spot zoning where you'd see this industrial dot in the middle of all that agricultural area. And then finally, I just wanted to read a couple of sentences from the Douglas County Comp Plan, the first principles. Conserve rural character by guiding new development toward existing developments and requiring the use of low-impact development that preserves open spaces and natural resources. Direct new commercial development towards existing municipal centers with full municipal water, sewer, roads, etc. And then major development within the large floodplain of the Platte and Elkhorn rivers will be limited to lake development around resource extraction sites if municipal services are provided. Floodplain land should remain in agricultural use, emphasizing local food production, urban agricultural, and other compatible uses. With that, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others from the public?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'll talk if I have time about the packets that I'm going to give you, but it'll be covered in what I'm saying, and then you can refer to those. My name is Todd Stuckelberg. I'm a resident in the area directly impacted by this process or this proposed application. I live at 30809 West Reichmuth Road. I'm directly across the road. I'm neighbors to Mike and Dave. I guess this request raises serious concerns related to safety, environment, and the infrastructure and fairness. The first picture that you saw in that packet is why we live there. That's my property. And you can see Dave and Mike's on the top of that picture. The remainder of those pictures show what we don't want out our back door to have to look and listen to every day. I guess I'm going to keep this as short as I can, but I think first we need to look at consistency. Has this applicant been held to the same standards that others that have proposed similar developments? I would say no. In speaking with members of the commissioner base, I've learned that there are other constituents in District 7 who have approached the planning board to rezone their land, and they were not entitled to do so. They were sent letters of denial. Next would be the land use compliance. Does this proposal align with the county's land use map and established precedents? Absolutely not. And if you look, I enclosed a letter from the Douglas County Attorney following on my public records request that shows the County Attorney's Office was unable to find any record of this type of a change of the map, a rezoning from agricultural to industrial, or ever allowing a special use permit to operate a construction yard since the inception of the future land use map. Safety and impact have to be considered. This can't be taken lightly. Can this board, can you all look at me and assure me public safety, environmental health, wildlife, the road conditions, and the quality of life for me, my wife, my kids, that with respect to traffic, dust, noise, airborne contaminants, you know, I don't want to reiterate, but again, some of you actually took me up on my invitation. I'm a little disappointed that some chose to only accept the invitation of the applicant rather than the residents, but those were ignored. Had you had the opportunity to, you would see that I live on about 700 acres that contain both a smaller lake near the residence as well as a larger 60-acre lake, all of which, as Mr. Havronic pointed out, border one of the largest wildlife refuges in the country. I think there are numerous unresolved issues that should preclude this approval. Silicon contaminated water, where is it going? What about the SWIP? What about the stormwater runoff? There are no retention ponds in that plan. There's no flood plan. We've had 200-year floods in the last 9 years. The traffic study, to my knowledge, there isn't any. With 200 trucks a day at 80,000 pounds and 300 employees, which was, the applicant said he has 300 employees at the last committee meeting I attended. Where is that analysis? City water and sewer don't exist out there. Where are all the wastewater, where's that all going? The noise, the dust mitigation, the infrastructure strain, the impact on our roads. None of these things have been addressed, and I guess the most compelling is why would the applicant not build this on the 146.85 acres near his home that has direct access to Highway 36 and 275, or on the 73.8 acres next to his home, but yet he wants to put it next to my home.
Okay, I gotta
In that,
cut you
I would
off
just like
there.
to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If you have any questions about what I handed you, I'd be happy to answer them.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else from the public before I go back to commissioners?
Hello.
Hello.
Roger Booz, and I live at 30290 Rainwood Road, and I'm nervous as hell.
You're fine.
I got the lake at the very, you get that picture? Can you put that back up? I'm 3/4 of a mile away from this project. My lake is here. I've lived there 23 years. I and my brother's got a home, he's got a home, and I got a home. And we don't want the dust, don't want the noise. I don't think it's right. Like I said, we've lived there for 23 years and it's been peaceful. We got an 18-acre lake. But that's about all I got to say. I just not for it.
All right. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take one round myself for a few points of information for the board and the public. Mr. Levy, if you could make your way up on behalf of the planning board for Douglas County, and maybe Laura might have to chime in a little bit as well. But first of all, from the planning board's perspective, obviously they're giving a recommendation to approve this project. I've consulted with our environmental services staff, who also are in support of that recommendation. And we know the City of Valley is in support of the project at this point. So there's that perspective. There's the neighborhood perspective, which is also important as well. So this is obviously a tough one. Could you address from the planning board's perspective some of the issues that have been brought up and why the planning board felt comfortable or confident that they would be addressed, or that the project should move forward as applied? So a few of the top four that I noted just from all the commentary was dust concerns, noise concerns, traffic concerns, and then the argument of the least to the most use as far as a special permit and whatnot. So I know that's a lot, and we might have to loop back around later to cover all of it. But if you can address some of those.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, David Levy, Barrett Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street. However, I want to be very clear today, I'm appearing here only in my role as chairman of the Douglas County Planning Commission, a volunteer position. I thank you all for your appointment of me to that position. I think, although maybe a little less standing here. No, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about what the Planning Commission talked about and thought about. We spent a lot of time on this, and I want to be very clear also that the vote to recommend approval was a 5-2 vote. So I am here representing the Planning Commission, but I want to be very clear, I can't speak to you on behalf of every Planning Commissioner's thoughts. That was the vote. I can tell you about my thoughts, and I can tell you about the discussion as best I can. On the plan compatibility issue, I looked at it, and I think a majority of my colleagues looked at it, in that you take what is there today, The Glass Lake development has been represented to you today as something that's there. And it's not. I think we all know that. I think what we looked at was that this is an area that is not heavily developed, and it is between a highway and a railroad track. And it is an area that, to me, as a professional city planner, I have a master's degree in city planning, worked as a city planner professionally before going to law school. It looked to me like an area where this type of development makes sense. We amend, and bodies like you amend comprehensive plans all the time. In fact, state law requires periodic updating of comprehensive plans in Nebraska. That's not something that is uncommon or unheard of. I think we should, in fact, look at this area for further study as an area for potential industrial development for Douglas County. I believe in private property rights. I believe in development to support the tax base. I think this project does that. And on that issue, when we looked at what is there today, we felt that on balance, the amendment to the comp plan, the rezoning, and the use that was proposed in the special use permit were compatible and made sense from a land use standpoint. I'm mindful of the light here. I don't know if you'll give me a
let's
little
go
bit of
ahead
extra time.
and cut me off for now. I'll loop back around to you and maybe Laura a little bit as well.
Okay, and I apologize. I do have to leave at about 10:30 for another meeting, so I'm sorry about that.
Let me go.
In case I don't get one more chance, just 30 more seconds. The other thing I want to say is, for special use,
I'm going to have to cut you off. Sorry, just like
All
I
right,
cut
I
him
tried.
off. Yeah, got to keep it fair. But somebody else could call upon you. Yes, but we have to take turns, and others can call upon him as well. Commissioner Friend.
We have the map up again so we can see what we're talking about.
You can request that when it's your turn, yes. Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laura Dietrich, can I ask you a couple quick questions? They'll be quick, I promise.
Of course,
Look,
yes.
I'm Laura's worst nightmare, I believe, next to Kent. Laura, so can you quickly, I mean, I don't know if you can quickly do it. When, let's say all of this gets done, what triggers the special use permit? So in other words, why not just a change in the future land use map and then a change and a rezone from ag to industrial? Why the special use permit? Can you quickly give me a high-level view of that?
My thoughts on this are, we put a special use permit in place when the intensity or the use is maybe a little bit more intense than what we initially thought. It doesn't make it wrong. I'll point out that if you are doing resource extraction on ag zone land, it requires a special use permit.
Okay.
If you have a U-pick flower farm on your residential property, it requires a special use permit.
Okay. All right. Further, is it, do we have a history? Is there plenty of precedent? And this is where I'm learning a little bit too. Is it common for a resident or a corporate entity to seek changes in a future, or an amendment to a future land use map, zoning changes, and a special use permit without at least a conditional offer on the property? So somebody doing it that doesn't actually own the land, is that fairly common? Do we run it? I've been here 5 years and I've never seen that.
I'm going to say that I think that it's somewhat common, because I have not been here that long either. However, what I will say is just recently we had a comp plan amendment. I believe it was this summer for a comp plan amendment.
Okay.
So we went through a comp plan amendment and a rezone of our property.
Okay.
It's now in cities.
A conditional offer. If somebody's going to do people have brought up the traffic study. To the best of my knowledge as well, a traffic study hasn't been done. In order to get a traffic study done, you need to own the property. You at least have to have a conditional offer on it.
I believe they do have a conditional offer, but I can't
There is?
really. Yes, I believe that they're doing their due diligence on this property.
So has there been a traffic study ordered?
That is part of the condition or the special use permit, is
Okay.
that their traffic study be done.
Okay. I'm sure I'll get a chance to talk later. Mr. Chair, that's all I had for now. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Commissioner Borgerson?
Thank you, and thank you all for being here today. I guess I'm going to go back on, yes, the land use maps can be altered, and it doesn't make it wrong, but it doesn't make it right either. And we need to really look at the fit. And when you look at the homes and potential homes that'll be going out there, I just don't see the fit in this. For all of the purposes or reasons that they talked about, the traffic, the noise, the dust, the environmental, the health, the wildlife. Those are issues that I think were kind of ignored in this conversation. And I think that they're pretty important, especially for this area in Douglas County. And to have, again, the current operation move with, I think they said 216 employees, but then doubling in the next 10 years, that causes me great concern as well. But kudos to them for being able to do that with their corporation, but in this location, I just don't think it's a good fit. Is there any place in our future land use map that was discussed for an alternative besides this site?
I don't believe that we discussed it. I don't know that Matt has not looked at other areas in the county that he would view as an acceptable site. We did not do it. The department did not do that.
Well, and I guess that, I don't know if there's more discussion on that or not, but again, you have residents who purposefully moved out there, built out there, and to go from a least intensive use to the most intensive use, I've never seen that happen in my tenure. Now, it could have, and I just don't remember, but when you're talking the intensity of what we're talking about, to me, there is no fit. It doesn't fit. And I think that we need to go back and figure out where on our existing future land use map this does fit, rather than trying to make it fit when, again, it does not fit, in my opinion. And I don't believe that we should move forward with it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Commissioner Morgan.
Well, I certainly, listening to everyone talk, I mean, I agree with many of the points Commissioner Borgeson said. It doesn't seem like a fit. I mean, the people that have spoke moved there for some good reasons and made a substantial investment. The lake development, my understanding is they have been dredging that. I want to be sure that how long that's been going on. Maybe one of the people can let me know that the answer to that. How long's that been under development, or is it where they're selling lots now, or is that in the near future? Whoever has the information, if it's you, Mr. Jobin, or someone else.
Yes, Larry Jobin, 11440 West End Road, appearing on behalf of the Glass Lake Development. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Yes, so this was originally finally platted and rezoned back in 2007. The dredging operation started immediately. There's obviously local ordinances that talk about when public improvements have to be installed, after a final plat has been approved. The dredging operation has been ongoing since that time. It's my understanding that a little over half the lake is completely dredged, and we reached out to the dredging company, and apparently they said that they will probably, probably be complete in the next 7 years as far as the entirety of the lake. But we are in the process, and we started this in 2024, meeting with the City of Valley to revisit the Glass Lake development, both with respect to new preliminary plat and the rezoning. And we were in the process of coming to this county board to actually have the county board once again cede jurisdiction to allow the City of Valley to move forward with our proposed preliminary plat, final plat, and rezoning for this particular development on a phased basis. So the idea is to build the first half of the lake, build around it, get the infrastructure in there. There's offsite public improvement, sanitary sewer, water mains, et cetera, that have to be extended to serve the Glass Lake development. And so we wanted to get all of that in place. And so that's, probably a year or two out by the time you get the public improvements in. So now you're closer to that final dredging operation being done and being able to finally plat the remainder of the Glass Lake development and develop it. But again, we're showing the Glass Lake development being approximately $260 million in valuation once it is completed. So it is ongoing. The developer is here. Dr. Bennett Hachibu is here, and he is fully motivated and intends to build the Glass Lake development as it's proposed on that site plan that I showed.
So you've got a clear path to do what you're doing without going back to the board, planning board?
Well, no, we're going to have to go back to City of Valley on the plat, and we're going to have to come to this county board to cede jurisdiction to the City of Valley. But we were in the process of doing all that, and then the Valley Corp deal came in, and we have an interlocal cooperation agreement that's been at the county attorney's office for quite some time, and I'm not really sure why, but we proposed some comments, and we're looking to get that in place so we can move forward with the City of Valley.
And this may be a foolish question, listening to the people that spoke opposed to it. Are they in favor of what this developer is going to be doing there as far
Yes, I think they have.
And I didn't hear anybody say that, but
I
I
have
just
every
wondered.
confidence they will approve a $260 million lake development. They did once before, so it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to not do it again, especially when a 300-acre lake has been dredged for that purpose. So I would be extremely shocked if it didn't get approved at the City of Valley level.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yes, no, I appreciate
know
that.
if they'll be here again. And I do have a concern about the amount of traffic, and the pictures that one of the gentlemen brought
That's time,
are
Commissioner Moore.
very helpful too. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Fahey.
I'll pass for now, sorry.
Okay.
That answered my question.
We're going to go to a second round for Commissioner Kavanaugh.
You have time constraints, so maybe you could come back up real quick. The map does not show, but if you go out and walk the ground, you will see that at the bottom, where the place is right now, where the trucks go right now, where the dust is right now, is in Valley, Nebraska. Is that correct, that red dot?
I believe that's in the Valley
Okay.
city limits, yes.
And that entire area around it, where those blue lakes are scores of houses and hundreds of residents, right?
Correct.
And the trucks are going in, and the dust is going on, and the nose is going on. Hundreds and hundreds of, very nice lakeside homes. The area where it's proposed to move to has, I think we've heard from every surrounding resident, which is 3, and a Glass Lake development, which has been underway for, is it 20 years?
I believe they said they started dredging in 2007.
Okay, no houses.
Correct.
And it actually had a zoning variance approved that expired, is that right?
I don't know the zoning history
I
of
think
it.
there was some document that we saw at the hearing that they had gotten some time ago.
Yep.
But this thing has been going on for decades, no houses. So if people are concerned about the trucks, what about those hundreds of people that are watching those trucks go by their homes every day and the dust every day versus the 3 people and the no people in the Glass Lake development? I think that you considered those things at the zoning commission, didn't you?
We did. As I said before, we take what is there today. What is there today to the south of this is a gravel pit, a resource extraction operation. I understand they have future plans to develop that with homes, but we have to, as the Planning Commission, take the application that's before us on its face. We have to take the information that we have, and we have to take the site and the surrounding area as they exist today. We can't engage in speculation. I don't feel that it's fair to engage in speculation to the applicant, because they are bringing us an application for a project on a site as that site and the surrounding area exists today. And that's how we looked at this, and that's how I at least, and I believe at least 5 of the 7 planning commissioners felt that this is a compatible use there. As you pointed out, Commissioner Kavanaugh, and as you all know better than I, Western Douglas County has a lot of different land uses next to each other. It is not that uncommon to have resource extraction or other industrial type uses next to residential uses.
And I appreciate that, but this would be moving from a residential area to a vacant area.
Correct.
And so
Today.
the environmental impact that's on that residential area now would go away. This vacant area, which is basically a field, has across the highway, across some railroad tracks, 3 houses down by the river, okay, and hundreds of residents at the current site, right?
Correct. And I just want to make one other point about the special use permit as well. When we have special use permits come to us, I see them as an opportunity to condition a development in a way that you can allow the applicant to do essentially what they want to do, but through conditions of approval, protect the neighbors who bring valid concerns to us.
And I
We've
think
done
that's
this. We've done this many times.
That's what
and that's what we tried to do here.
Planning Commission recommended, right?
Correct, and that's why we asked them to go back and come back to us
And
with
although we do not
fleshed out
have this
conditions.
document in our backup documents, that's what the City of Valley recommended as well. Apparently, there's a letter, doesn't exist in our
I believe the City of
documents.
Valley has sent a letter.
Yeah, we haven't heard that, but it should be in the record, should be in our documents.
That's time.
Yeah.
And yep, we did get that emailed to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
You have to go.
Let me go to Commissioner Borgeson.
I just want to comment that I think the previous comments made it seem like because there's only 3 residents that are here in our audience that their opinion doesn't matter. And it does. They're the ones who are living this. We aren't. They are. And so I think they have a very strong voice and very strong opinion on what should happen, and we should be listening as elected officials to those residents who are going to be extremely impacted by this. I understand where it's located currently. That's not the issue. The issue is it's moving from that area to another area that will be impacted, and we need to listen to those individuals that have taken their time to come and talk to us and not make it look like because there's a lesser number of them that their opinion doesn't matter. So again, I think that, and if you take all of that, just throw all that out the window for a minute, I still go back to one, the way we are amending this future land use map from least to most extensive is very concerning to me. And, you know, I don't know if there are ways to coexist. I don't know if the applicant and the neighbors want to get together and talk a little bit more. But as it sits today, I just think as far as development and use of property in this area, I just think it's the wrong decision to make at this time.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Morgan.
Well, this industrial use, from what we've listened to today, is an extreme change. I mean, the number of, and the pictures show that. I mean, the amount of traffic, I mean, I heard the 80 trucks and some of this, it just seems like pretty extreme industrial use there. So I don't know if we, I'd make a motion to.
I can't take any motions
Until we
yet.
close that.
Yeah. Anything else, Commissioner Morgan?
No.
Nope. All right. Let me go to Commissioner Fahey.
Okay, so then a couple follow-ups, and it's probably going to fall back to Ms. Dietrich, but I think I have a couple concerns about just cart before the horse, chicken before the egg, whatever analogy we want to use here, both in terms of, and he's gone now, I'm going to say something nice about him, but Mr. Levy's comments about, the need to revisit or potentially revisit the future land use map, and I'm happy to rely on his experience in that area as a city planner. My problem there is so are we putting the cart before the horse in the sense of we may need to have that conversation about this area, but shouldn't that come before this approval? And maybe that can still happen in the interim, but that seems like a broader question that might need to get answered first. At least that's what I'm struggling with a little bit now. So that's number one. But hand in hand with that is, and I know it's a condition in the special use permit, but on the traffic study, because I guess I'm not clear on where the if the traffic study is going to necessitate some extensive work around that area, where does that leave the county? So could you speak to both of those topics briefly?
I will do my best.
Well, I made it hard for you by being fairly, windy through my comments. But I guess number one, I guess I'm a little uncomfortable about if we need to have a broader conversation about this area in the future land use map. Shouldn't we do that first? Number one. Number two, what risk is the county encumbering by or possibly taking on if that traffic study shows that there's going to need to be some substantial revisitation of the current road layout?
I think what this application did was made us look at that area. This is speaking to the future land use map. It really just made us look at the area and the county as a whole and determine if we do need to make some changes. So I can't say what's right if this application isn't right because we need to change the future land use map as a whole. Or if that makes it wrong. I don't know. But this application did make us rethink our future land use map and how we need to move forward planning-wise. Does that sort of answer?
Yes.
Not really.
No, it's helpful.
Sort of and not really.
It's helpful.
The second part, I'm going to speak real briefly on this because I don't have a great understanding of requirements that the engineer would have. I do believe Todd Fitzer is on here. Zoom, and he could maybe speak more to this, but if there are significant requirements that a traffic study would impose on the Valley Corps application and that land, they would be the responsibility of Mr. Bevington and Valley Corps to make those improvements.
Okay.
I don't believe that
that's helpful. No, I appreciate it. That is, I just, we're still, okay, but even in that scenario, and I'm just expressing this generally, you don't have to respond, but I guess my concern there then is we're still already sort of down the road a bit of a ways with this, and in a perfect world we'd already have a traffic study in hand. I don't know whether that would have been feasible or not at this point. And I think I'll wrap up the time. Thank you, Ms. Dietrich. Just to say that I do feel a natural conflict here. I do understand Valley Corp's a really great corporate citizen of Douglas County. And I understand where the Planning Commission is coming from on some of its points, but I remain uncomfortable, or I guess I would echo Commissioner Borgeson. I wonder if there's some way we can try to allay some concerns further, or maybe do some more work to get us to a point where there isn't quite this conflict at the time. I remain a little uncomfortable about it.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Laura, I'm going to bloviate, so I don't think you necessarily have to stand there unless. Just to be clear, I really enjoyed. I didn't know Matt very well. I still don't know him that well. I got a nice chance to get to know him just a little bit. And what Valley Corp is doing is valuable. We all know that. I think everybody on the board understands. And I really enjoyed getting a chance to meet with Matt. Roger and I. Commissioner Garcia and I visited Valcorp. I've been there a couple times now in my past and then fairly recently. I also met with neighbors, and Roger did as well. And further, and that was enjoyable too. These are problem-solving issues. We'll get through it. But here's the thing. I also know this area. My daughter went to school at DC West, and I know this area. I traveled through there during the floods. I know what Valley went through. I also know what Valley looks like. I have a history here, and I get it. And here's the interesting part. The Freedom Caucus guy in me, and there is a piece of it, the Freedom Caucus guy in me tells me that personal property rights are important. If it were up to me, and it's not, but if it were up to me, I don't even think we'd have a future land use map. People should be able to do with their property what they wish. But yet I can't go, I live over by Legacy School, I can't go out in my backyard and fire a shotgun up in the air. They can do it up in Ponca, but I can't do it in my yard. So there are parameters and there are guidelines. We do, set aside the Freedom Caucus guy in me, we do have a future land use map. The future land use map is in place and zoning is in place to provide controlled and predictable growth. Whether a Freedom Caucus guy like me likes it or not, it doesn't matter, because I'd have to convince a bunch of people on this board that they need to follow me. That being said, the future land use map it's not a constitutional document, but it gives us that predictable, controlled growth. I said this before, Ernie Chambers taught me this a long time ago. Tough cases make bad law. This is a tough case. We don't make policy-wide, county-wide decisions based on incidental items. We don't do it. If we do, we got a huge problem. We have zoning requirements and a logical progression of that. In my view, and I've developed this over the last few weeks, in my view, that logical progression of those zoning requirements dictate a couple key things. One, ag to rural residential is predictable. It's very predictable. You can go, well, we're in this large ag area. I own 75, I own 100 acres. They're gonna do this. They're gonna build a bunch of houses over here. They haven't done it yet, but they're going to do it, and they have the purchase agreements. They've done the traffic studies. They're going to do this. They're going to move in this direction. That's predictable. That's policy stuff that I can get my hands wrapped around and go, well, yeah, okay, this makes sense. The logical zoning progression, ag to rural residential, is not the extreme. What we're talking about here is also precedent. This has happened before, but we're flying away from some of that precedent. Because Matt's a really nice guy and his company's really good. Look, I'm not making an emotional decision here. These are business decisions. Emotion is aside. What controls the logical progression? And why do we have this thing in place? Mr. Chair, I'm out of time. I could go on, but thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Kent's here. Yeah, I'll take a quick round and we'll invite Kent up. Perhaps you have some things in mind, but I did want to kind of loop back around to some things that I started with Mr. Levy in regards to, from the perspective of Planning Board, but also Environmental Services Department. Some of the concerns brought up and how the recommendation anticipates that maybe the concerns would either be addressed or maybe perhaps are not valid, whatever the case may be, in regards to dust, noise, traffic, and the narrative of the least to most use. So could you give a little bit of background on that?
Kent Holm, Environmental Services Director. before I do that,
Yes.
I know Mr. Levy made reference to a letter from the City of Valley in support of this. I just want to make sure that that gets into the record, because it seems like I thought we had provided that. But they did send us late last week and this came from the city attorney, Jeffrey Farnham. And I just wanted to make that part of the record. Also, just maybe just an aside comment, I appreciate the dialogue. I think that is always part of a good, healthy process. When we get an application, we are administering a public process. And so I think that's a very important part of what our role is. So help me understand exactly what your question is. That
I would imagine that either the planning board or environmental services or maybe a combination would have at least some insight, perspective, and opinion on the concerns that are being brought up if they were to support the recommendation that we approve this. So I'm just curious what that perspective was in regards to some of the concerns that were brought up. So the ones that I just did a little bullet point of on my piece of paper here were the concerns around dust. And by the way, I've been to the site, so I have my own perspective, but I also want to hear the perspective of either environmental services or planning board in regards to the concern of dust, whether in your department's opinion, those will be remedied, or maybe it's not valid because it's not anticipated that the dust will go that far. I'm not sure. I just want to hear your perspective on that. Also on noise, also on traffic, which we heard a little bit about, and then the narrative of the least to most use.
Okay. Well, in terms of the nuisance pieces of that, we would expect that all of the necessary permits from state of Nebraska, whether it's through the Department of Water, Energy, and Environment, et cetera, those are going to be complied with. And so there are regulatory things in place already that we would expect to be part of this. And from that, the traffic study, as that's completed, and whatever responsibilities then come out of that. In terms of the intensity of use, again, we are administering a process here. They have every right to come in and apply for those things. But yes, it is the, and you've heard the comments today from folks about, does this fit, does this not fit? We have the industrial use of sand and gravel extraction in the western part of the county. So maybe that's somewhat similar. Does require a special use permit. So I'm offering that perspective. Yes, what you've heard also is that we're going from an ag to an industrial use. So I get that part of it too.
Okay. Let me cut myself off here. Any other comments or questions from either board or public? We're going to go to a third round, 2 minutes for Commissioner Kavanaugh.
There's been references to the City of Valley's position on this. There's nothing in our backup record of any position by the City of Valley. I don't believe there's a representative of the City of Valley here today. What is the status of the City of Valley's position on this?
I'm just going to read from the letter.
Oh, there is a letter we didn't receive. Yeah,
yes.
Go ahead.
Dear Chairman Garcia, and the City Attorney for Valley, Nebraska, writing to advise you that after meeting with Matt Bevington's attorney, Jim Buser, the city has changed its position and now supports the Valley Corporation project. And there's more verbiage.
There's more verbiage, and somebody signed this letter?
Yes.
Kind of an important document for the discussion.
Now, my understanding was this was sent to all the commissioners.
Who signed the letter?
Jeffrey Farnham, the city attorney for Valley.
Okay. What's the other verbiage?
Jim,
Why don't you submit the letter to us and we can read it for ourselves?
Okay.
Long story short, the City of Valley which represents, I don't know what the population is, thousands of people, supports this. The neighborhood affected by Valley Corp's noise, dust, whatever, of hundreds of people who aren't here today. The proposed area where it goes to has 3 neighbors, all of which have spoken today, and a developer who talks about a traffic study. Well, if you want to do a traffic study, why don't you do it where the thing is actually happening now, surrounded by hundreds of residents? If you want to have concern for people, just do a count, the best for the most, and that's moving it out of a residential neighborhood where it exists today to a place where virtually no one lives. That seems to me to be, if you want to reduce impact on numbers of people, if you want to have sympathy for numbers of actual live people,
Thank you.
that, I'm just saying the math there would be hundreds of people represented by thousands of people in the city versus
That's
the
it, Commissioner
developer
Kavanaugh.
and 3 residents.
Thank you. Let me go to a third round. It's 2 minutes for Commissioner Friend.
Did we get the letter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 minutes. Okay. This isn't in Valley's zoning jurisdiction. And someday it may be, but it's not right now. Valley has, there's a lot of things on their plate right now. I think we all know that. The developers do traffic studies. Somebody who purchases the land, the traffic study will get done. And if Matt does it, the traffic study will be ensuing. That's what we're hearing. Here's my position. I believe, and I don't know if the rest of the commissioners believe this, I believe that there's an opportunity for dialogue. I believe if we kick this down the road, I shouldn't say kick it down the road, that's negative. I believe if we delayed this a couple months and we allowed citizens and Valley Corp to get together and say, here is a viable option for us. What do you guys think? You have town hall meetings, you have caucuses, you work through this issue. I believe we could delay it. I believe we could push it down the road. Let Matt and his team do the appropriate work that they need to do to try to work with residents and see what happens. Now, maybe the answer is, with everybody lawyered up, over my cold, dead political body or over my cold, dead legal body. I don't know. But the last time I checked, dialogue doesn't hurt. Is it going to cost Valley Corp and Matt money to delay this? Possibly. And I'm not running their books, and I don't have this business plan in front of me. All I could say is, normally, over my 30-some, 40 years of work, dialogue doesn't hurt. Open, constructive dialogue doesn't hurt. My recommendation would be to delay this, to move it off of our agenda, possibly take it back to the Planning Commission, but possibly even bring it straight back to us after some of these things happen. I'd be happy to attend some of those meetings. I'm out of time. I think we should delay it, folks.
Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. Let me go to Commissioner Borgeson.
I just wanted to, we did receive the letter, everybody did, on October 1st from Laura, the City of Valley's letter, so everybody on the board received it. And again, I don't have any problem, and I was actually one who suggested that the other day about getting everybody together, but I think that today we heard just so many concerns that are bigger and tougher than what I think will be solved in 2 months. Again, our land use map is, again, as Commissioner Friend said, it's not set in stone, but there is, I think, a better way, rather than piecemealing the changes to the plan, a better way of going about making these changes. And if we do this opens the gate to a flood of people wanting the Me Too syndrome, and we get that all the time. So I worry about that, especially when we have not taken the time as a county to look at that map and made the changes systemically versus a hodgepodge because somebody came up and asked for us to change it. And again, changing it from a least restrictive to most restrictive. And again, I just have very big concerns, and I think it's not the right time to be doing this. And I do have to say one more time that the residents that are here, your voices, because you're the most impacted, do mean a lot. And so I want you to make sure you know that you're being heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions during this public hearing? If not, I will now close the public hearing. This is for item C specifically, that we can now take action. What is the will of the board? There is,
Second.
there's a motion to deny the application for item C. Only item C, though we know they're related, so whether we deny or delay, you could do that to C and then deny or delay D and E, depending on the will of the board. So, but I have to address the motion that came before me first, which was to deny. There was a second for that, so we're allowed to have discussion on that. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Move to amend the motion to refer it back to the Planning Commission. You know, if you're serious about having dialogue, then go through the process that we have established to have that dialogue, which is the Planning Commission. This is what they do. They have heard this twice. There was loads of dialogue, and the transcripts are, digests of them are included in the backup documents. But if your intent is to have that dialogue rather than kill this project and give the 3 residents and the developer what they're asking for today, then have the dialogue by the Planning Commission. It's the process that we've used before. And if anybody wants to weigh in, and particularly the city of Valley and the hundreds of residents currently affected by this industrial project in their backyard, they could do it through that process. So I would make the motion that we refer it back to the Planning Department for further consideration.
Just to clarify, that was a motion to amend the main motion. So is there a second to the amendment? If not, we go back to the main motion, and there's commentary on the main motion from Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I didn't second Commissioner Kavanaugh's motion is because the Planning Commission does really good work. I've seen them. I go to a lot of those meetings. I've missed a few. One of the ones I missed evidently was a pretty important one based on this subject matter. But the Planning Commission is an advisory committee. We're the ones that have to make that decision. We're the ones that decide what that ultimate decision relates to in regard to the future land use map, in regard to a special use permit, and in regard to zoning. I represent approximately 60 to 70,000 people up in northern Douglas County. It's not my first rodeo. I could help folks get together. I could help folks dialogue. I could be there. I could listen. I don't need to kick this back to the Planning Commission. Commissioner Kavanaugh's idea is warranted, but I don't think it's necessary. I threw out the idea of pushing this back and bringing it back onto our agenda. The majority of the board, the motion and the second was to just deny it. Okay? If I don't have I'd like to amend it and just, I don't think I'm going to do that, but I'd like to still do what I'm promoting. But if I don't have any choice, and this is the choice in front of me based on what Commissioner Borgeson, who made good points, and Commissioner Morgan put out here, I will vote to deny because I don't think we're ready. But that being said, I am not sure this board wants it in front of them again without some major enhancements and without getting folks together to make some real key determinations. And I don't blame this board when Mike Friend says, hey, I can get everybody together, and 2 months from now, we're in the same spot, right? I don't have a Harry Potter magic wand. At this point, if this is the motion in front of us, I would say that we could start over with it if this is denied. And I'm not saying no to Matt, but I guess I kind of am from a practical standpoint. So I wish I didn't have to, but this is, it's an interesting setup, and we're left with few, as far as I'm concerned, few options at this point. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Very quick point of information for myself, maybe from Kent or Laura. If it hypothetically is denied yet further dialogue is desired from the corporation involved and other stakeholders, is there opportunities to reapply with an amended application? What are the options in a denial situation?
In a denial situation, they would have to come back in 180 days and reapply.
180 days?
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, yeah, I don't know what the magic answer is either, but I'd rather delay it till we choose to bring it back by putting it on the agenda at a future date, an undetermined date, so we can just table it in general, not indefinitely, because that would kill it, just table it in general, which means we can bring it back at a future date, unless there's stipulations against that from a planning perspective or environmental services perspective.
No. Okay, there you go. Kent Holm, Environmental Services Director. Basically, they would not, if you had the motion, if you approved the motion to deny, then they have to wait 6 months before they could reapply. If you are simply tabling it, then there isn't a 6 month window there per se. I mean, it could come back sooner than that.
Yep.
But that would be the same application that you're dealing
Yep.
with today.
Yep. So with that in mind, I would lean more towards tabling it to see if some things could be addressed. Could there actually be a traffic study sooner rather than later or before our vote? I don't know. Maybe further dialogue there. Could the health department look at the dust concerns? I had the health department look at the car shredder in South Omaha proposal, and they gave a opinion on that. Could they give an opinion on this, just so we're a little more clear from a health perspective? I don't know, but that could be inquired into. So I'd rather not kill it outright personally, but also listening to the concerns of the neighbors. We're respecting that and potentially delaying it through a tabling so that those concerns could be addressed further. So that's a little bit where I'm at the moment. So I personally will vote no on the denial just for that reason. But I do honor and respect the concerns of the neighbors brought up by Commissioner Borgeson. So I do want to support that, which would lead me to a support of delaying it through a tabling. Other comments or questions on this motion? No, it's not. That is correct. Well, we could make more motions if this one doesn't go through, but because it's kind of awkward to amend a motion to deny to table it because it's really a different motion completely. But yeah, so I'll leave it as is. Well, a vote would determine what the majority of the board wants to do. I'm not going to make everyone straw poll in front of the audience here. So is there any other comments? Others can comment on where they're at too if they want to chime in, but otherwise I'm just going to go to the vote at this point. Other comments? That is true. at the same time, if a majority do want to kill it, we have to respect that as a board. So at that point, the votes will fall as they may.
I'd call for the question on this motion.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and call it.
Okay, so the vote before the commissioners is to deny the application.
No, at this point, we're taking a vote.
Motion passes 5-2. Commissioners Kavanaugh and Garcia voting no. All other commissioners voting yes.
All right. That determines the action for item C. With that action in mind, Teresa, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we could, without opening up the public hearings, choose to either table or what would be the best option aside from doing the public hearings on these, or should we just do them to make it kosher, Teresa?
Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. I'm going to loop Laura into this conversation with me. She's smiling at me. I think, Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, because we didn't amend the comprehensive plan, we can't do the zoning and we can't do this the supplemental use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So there are options for the board then today. You could table these indefinitely. That would essentially kill them. You could open and close the public hearings, but I don't see the point because you can't do the very action for which is before you for D and E. You could, Laura, was it you that put them on? Yes. For D and E?
Yes.
You could withdraw them as well. Those are all options.
Okay. Does the board just want to table indefinitely D and E, considering what just happened with C?
Would you second?
Motion to table indefinitely D and E from Rogers. Was that a second from Fran, I believe? Comments on that? Otherwise, we'll vote.
One moment, please. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no. Commissioner Garcia abstaining. All other commissioners voting yes.
All right, this table's indefinitely items D and E. So we'll not open public hearing on those items. Before we get into committee meetings, especially the juvenile justice presentation, detention presentation, is the board desirous of a quick 3-minute recess, or shall we plow through? So moved by Borgeson. Any second? Second by Fahey. Please vote.
Also, quick voice vote. Commissioner Borgeson. Yeah. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Fahey. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We are recessed at 11:13 a.m.
They're back here.
You know, I had no way to figure out that tax savings if we would have done that reduction of 5,900. Do you know what that would save you on a 300? Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
So 600.
Yep. All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Morgan, second by Rogers to adjourn. Take a voice vote.
Reconvene, I'm sorry.
Or reconvene,
by, Rogers made the motion or Morgan?
Morgan, then second by Rogers.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do a voice vote again. Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Fahey. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes. We're reconvened.
All right, we're going to hop back into our agenda here. First, on the committees, we had Finance Budget Report as presented. Then, under Child and Youth Services Committee, we did have a presentation of our monthly youth detention report for September 2025, and a few other resolutions on services right after that. So we'll bring up Dr. Carball.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Dr. Abby Carbaugh, Douglas County Juvenile Justice Data Administrator. I'm here today to talk to you about our September population for DCYC and then also give you some numbers for other points in the juvenile justice system over the last quarter. So this first slide that I have for you shows the quarterly count of law enforcement citations and arrests for individuals age 17 or younger, and this starts in January of 2019. The important thing that I want to highlight for you here is that our numbers have been trending downward since the last quarter of 2024. And then during this last quarter, between June 1st and September 30th of 2025, law enforcement issued 475 law enforcement arrests or citations to juveniles, and this is down from 585 during quarter 2 and 558 during the first quarter of this year. Next, I just wanted to give you some brief details about our Juvenile Assessment Center. So this slide talks about or shows information for youth who had contact with the Juvenile Assessment Center between January and June of this year. As a reminder, the JAC provides comprehensive assessment of youth who come to the attention of the Douglas County Attorney's Office, and they make recommendations for the most efficient and effective interventions and the supervision levels for those youth. So during the first half of calendar year 2025, the JAC received 519 referrals for assessments, and they completed 467. As a result of the assessments, they made 109 recommendations for informal diversion and 389 recommendations for formal diversion, and 360 youth completed diversion during the first half of this year. Douglas County also operates the HOME program, which provides electronic monitoring and stability services to pre-adjudicated youth in the community in lieu of detention. Since 2022, we have been able to fund 13 stability service providers under our federal grants to provide services such as day and evening reporting, in-home family support, community youth coaching, conflict resolution, restorative justice, gender and culturally responsive services, and credible messengers. During the first half of 2025, over 3/4 of youth placed on the HOME program were assigned at least one type of stability service. So prior to the implementation of stability services in 2022, the average successful completion rate for youth on the HOME program was around 54%. And after we implemented these services, we saw our successful completion rates increase significantly. Specifically, the success rates were around 2/3 of youth who completed the HOME program in 2023 and 2024. And what we've seen in the first half of this year is that our successful completion rates have been at 84%. This last slide on the home program talks about our length of stay and the amount of days that youth are under supervision. And again, on this slide too, since the implementation of stability services, we have seen an increase in how long youth remain supervised in the community. The average number of days was at 63 in 2021, and this increased to 73 days in 2022. In the first half of this year, the average number of days youth have been supervised on the home program has been about 96 days. I also want to highlight that the increase that we've seen is true for both youth who successfully complete the home program and those who complete unsuccessfully, indicating that these services help youth remain more stable while they are in the community. Earlier this year, Douglas County did submit an application for federal earmark funding through Representative Bacon's office, which would allow us to expand the use of the home program and its stability services for youth who are booked and released from DCYC with no further services in place. And we are awaiting more information about the status of that application. So turning now to our detention population, this graph shows DCYC's monthly admission trends since January of 2023. We had 61 admissions in September, which is a bit higher than the 46 we had been averaging during our summer months. Of these 61 new admissions, only 2 were charged as adults, 58 were charged in juvenile court, and 1 youth came to us from another county. Next, we have our monthly average daily populations, also since January of 2023. During September, our average daily population was 77, which is the lowest ADP that we have had in the last 2 years. During the first half of this year, we had an average daily population of 44 youth charged as adults, but this has gradually decreased over the past 3 months to an average of 31 youth in December. This past month, we also had 45 youth charged in juvenile court on an average day and 1 youth from another jurisdiction. Drilling down into this metric a little bit more closely, this is our average daily population, but on a weekly basis. So the overlap in the gray and dark blue lines that you can see during the first half of this year indicate times when there were more youth charged as adults in detention relative to youth charged in juvenile court. Since the end of June, however, we've seen a decrease in that gray line, which is our youth charged as adults, and we've seen a steady decline in that portion of our population every week since the end of July. So again, during September, we had a low point of 72, an average daily population of 71, and a high population of 81. Our snapshot count on the first of the month was 78, and our snapshot on the last day of the month was 77. The home program screened 13 youth, 3 of which came from probation and 10 came from the courts, and 10 of those youth were accepted. We did have 63 releases in September, and the average amount of days that they were in detention was 47. I do think it's worth noting that the last time I was presenting to you on the youth released in July, their average length of stay was 77 days, so our average length of stay has gone down by about a month. During September 2025, 3 youth with adult court charges were released after an average of 309 days. 11 predisposition youth in juvenile court were released after 33 days. We had 8 youth on juvenile probation who were admitted for new charges. They spent an average of 111 days with us. The 17 youth who were on juvenile probation admitted for reasons other than new law violations spent about 1 month with us. And we had 2 youth from other jurisdictions. 1 was charged in adult court and 1 was charged in juvenile court, and their combined average length of stay was about 140 days. Looking at just the 61 youth who were admitted to DCYC in September 2025, only 1 of those youth was charged as an adult and only 1 was from another jurisdiction. The remaining all had charges in juvenile court. So of those 59 juvenile court youth, 27 were on a predisposition status, 8 received new charges while on probation, and 24 were on probation and admitted without a new offense. So for the 60 Douglas County youth, that 1 adult court youth and the 59 juvenile court youth, 4 were admitted on weapons-related offenses, all of which were weapon or firearm possession. 25 had non-weapon felonies, 4 had non-weapon misdemeanors, and 27 were admitted on technical violations or reasons other than a new offense. With regard to our youth with weapons-related offenses, All 4 were in juvenile court. 1 received new charges while on probation, and 3 were in a predisposition status. Let's see, 4 were for firearm possession. I believe that might be wrong. I apologize. I think we had 3 for firearm possession and 1 misdemeanor other weapon possession. So the other types of offenses for the 2 that were felony firearm possession, those youth were also charged with possession of marijuana or other controlled substances. The other felony weapon possession also had charges related to terroristic threats and criminal mischief in their history. And the misdemeanor weapon possession youth also had charges related to being in possession of marijuana or tobacco and e-cigarettes. For the 25 youth who had committed other types of felonies, 1 was in adult court and 24 were in juvenile court. These felonies included drug possession, theft, terroristic threats, robbery, assault, burglary, and sexual assault. With regard to other misdemeanors, again, all of these youth were in juvenile court. 3 were on a predisposition status, and 1 received new charges while on probation. These misdemeanors included resisting arrest, obstructing an officer, and being in possession of tobacco or e-cigarettes. And then our final category of youth is those with technical violations or admitted for reasons other than a new offense. All of them were in juvenile court. 3 were on a predisposition status, and 24 were on probation. With regard to the reasons that they were admitted, 14 were admitted for violations of probation, 7 were admitted for unlawful absences, 3 failed to appear in court, 2 violated a court order, and 1 was placed in detention as the result of a court order. And again, on the right-hand side of this, you can see the underlying offense or the underlying charges that they had on their original cases that brought them to the attention of the court. 9 of these youth had felony-related charges, and 18 had misdemeanor-related charges. This slide shows our population as of last Thursday, October 2nd. On that day, we had 77 of youth in DCYC, all of whom were from Douglas County. 28 were charged as adults, and 49 were charged in juvenile court. So 33, or 2/3 of the juvenile court youth, were on probation at the time they were admitted to DCYC, and 25, or about half of the juvenile court population, were admitted for reasons other than new law charges, or other than new law violations, such as violations of probation, losses of placement, and court order. With regard to demographics, 86% of the DCYC population was comprised of youth of color, 83% were male, and 12 youth, or 16% of our population, were dually involved in the child welfare system and the juvenile justice system. I also wanted to present information related to our length of stay. So on average, all of the Douglas County youth that we have in detention have been in DCYC for about 151 days. We have 28 adult court youth. Their average length of stay is 301 days. Our 16 predisposition youth have been in detention for about 100 days. 8 youth who were admitted while on probation and receiving new charges have been in there for about 3 months, or 89 days. And the 25 youth who were on probation and admitted without new charges have been in detention for about 37 days. And then the final slide I have for you is youth who are pending release from DCYC. Again, this is as of last Thursday, October 2nd. So we had 12 youth who were pending release, 4 of whom were state wards. On average, these youth have been waiting about 18 days, though the range has been between 1 and 52 days since the court authorized their release. These youth predominantly are waiting for shelter and group home placement, though 1 is also being screened for the home program, 2 have recommendations to go to a PRTF, and 1 is pending release to the YRTC. And again, we have information about the various felony and misdemeanor offenses that these youth have committed. So that is the information that I have for you at this time. We would welcome any questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Carball. We're also going to talk in a little bit about different service providers in DCYC that are helping out our youth on a daily basis, but we'll get there shortly. For now, focusing on the detention report at DCYC, we're going to go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
So to lead off, we deal with the average daily population, which doesn't show much variation over the last few years. Basically from the high 70s to the high 90s. I think today's is 79. But you lay out the graph here, which is pretty instructive on page 8, that we haven't really made any progress. The kids' jail that was constructed has a capacity of what?
64.
Sorry?
64.
64. So we've never reached that number in the entirety of this process, nor are we headed in that direction. It looks like we've stabilized, like I said, between the high 70s and the high 90s. That facility remains empty and unused.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, we're speaking about detention report
just
on
trying to get
DCYC, Woolworth
capacity
Street.
question addressed.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. The average daily population today, 79, and we're looking at an average length of stay, I think you said, of 151 days.
Correct.
I don't know if we have that graph, showing that over time, if that average length of stay is moving in any direction. 151 days is a load of time. But do you know, or could you point me to that in the report here? Because I don't see that over time.
Yes, I don't have it in this report, but I can get that information to
I
you.
think that'd be good. I mean, those are the two big metrics: is how many kids do we have and how long are they locked up? So if you could add that going forward, that would be very, very helpful. We continue to be a minority-majority lockup. I think you indicated 86% children of color, of which 63% are black, 13% Hispanic, 8% are Asian. That really hasn't moved much either, has it?
No, it has not.
And again, that might be a good metric to show over time. We would hope that the programs that we're investing in would affect all of these numbers. They would lower the number of kids locked up. They would shorten the period that they are detained. And the population of the detention would more reflect the population of our community. I refuse to believe that the children of color in our community are any worse than the children of the majority Caucasian race. It astounds me that we go month after month, year after year after year, with a facility that essentially is a minority child lockup. Just a couple of definitions on page 18. PRTF, I think, and YRTC. I just don't know what those mean. What
Sure.
do they mean?
So PRTF is a psychiatric residential treatment facility. So that's youth who have extremely high mental behavioral health needs. And then YRTC is the Youth Rehabilitation and Treatment Center, and that is the facility in Kearney. That is for sort of the deep end youth.
Is it for substance?
No.
For what?
It's for behavioral. It's sort of when the court, it's the final stage that the court would refer to.
Okay. Are there separate, demographics on there in terms of population, average length of stay, ethnic background that we could look at?
We can look at it. We haven't dived into that before.
It would be
but we
nice
can.
to know. I mean, it would be good to know, what kids are going to what programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments on the detention report? Commissioner Rogers? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make note. I mean, the statement was made as if there was no progress. I mean, the administrator clearly stated that it's at a lowest point it's been in a while. And I mean, through several conversations, I've asked them to dig into to really get a grip on how that is, because it's probably been that way for the last 2 months or so. Lows as low as 71, I would guess, but I would definitely wait to see what they're saying. It definitely looks like the adult population is down, but I think I make the point to the public that population does not decrease organically, meaning at points when the facility was 144, it went down 1/3 to where it operates now 96, and that was because of policy change and direct move. So when the statement's made that you can't get into the facility if the population is at an average of 77, 79 now, you have 12 waiting on that are state wards to go to a placement. So that would take it down to 67, 65. And then if you look at the numbers that are there on pre-adjudication, I would make the case that pre-adjudication is in the county's realm. And with a greater investment in pre-adjudication, that number is more than 10. So you're getting numbers in the 50s. And so I make that point to say, with a strong effort and push from the board, you can start progress to move in that facility. And I would just advocate to the public that when you move into the new facility, you make space to do something original with the old one. And so I just say that to make point to say progress has not been made as a false statement. I would probably say too that, some of the services that we're going to look at today, I would, without hard evidence, but try to say that they probably made some things better in the environment and hopefully stopped some of the return visitors. And so I think there'll be discussion for it way down the line. But I just want to say that, progress is there, and I look forward to the future report as we can dig in to see what's under that and what's made that difference. Because that's definitely, hopefully, the pre-COVID fever. That post-COVID fever hopefully is broke and things are more stable now. I mean, I would like to note too that it looks like probation has made some advancements. I do want to commend them on that and actually encourage them and continue to ask them to go to that next step on that. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Carba, how many, am I missing something? So, how many are on the home program right as we speak? How many youth? Do we know?
About 25. About 15, excuse me.
So a judge, pre-adjudicated, could order a home program, and what percentage of the youth are being court-ordered to participate in the home program? Do we know that?
I don't have that with me today, but at least for the month of September, it looked to be about, was it 2/3?
Okay.
I'll get that number for you.
No, that's okay. And it's stuff I probably heard once and I forgot. But so if the home program wasn't in existence, would a judge be able to order that type of service? How many services are available to a judge other than the home program to implement that order? So there's quite a few, and the home program's working with some of them, right?
Yes. So from my understanding, if a judge wanted a pre-adjudicated youth to participate in programming, they would have to order them under predisposition or pre-adjudication probation, and then probation would be responsible for coordinating the services at that point.
Right. So, Doctor, my final point, if the home program is there, the home program is actually able, with that court order, to distribute the appropriate type of service based on the relationships we have with entities in the private sector.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you. On the first one, do we have a map where these arrests are being made and by what law enforcement agency?
Yes, I can get that information for you. It's similar to the maps that we've presented before.
Okay. Yeah, I would.
Yeah. High concentration of OPD, northeast and southeast.
This could be kind of a routine slide.
Yes.
With us. Thank you. On the snapshot of those that were referred to the JAC, and then the assessments completed, there's like a difference of like 52 youth. What happens to those 52 youth that were referred, but then the assessment wasn't completed?
Yes. So one thing I think it's important to note is that these are not necessarily mutually exclusive groups. So it could be that some of these youth were referred for assessment at the end of June and just hadn't had time to complete the assessment. Maybe the assessment was completed in July. So these are looking at all of the actions taken by the Juvenile Assessment Center within that 6-month period. It's not necessarily following unique cohorts of youth through the process.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. And then I think the home program and the adding of the stability services tells a wonderful story. And I think we should be proud of that we put services into place to, again, help these youth and these families as they go through the process of being on the home program. And again, our numbers are showing a positive to that. So that's a good job to everybody. And then this may be a really stupid question, but there was an arrest, and I'm assuming there's more to the arrest than being a minor in possession of tobacco or an e-cigarette. Like, we don't have a youth in our facility that was caught with cigarettes?
So that would have been likely a charge in addition to other offenses that have occurred.
Okay, I hope so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions on the detention report? If not, we'll move towards talking about some of the services going on at DCYC. So items 2, 3, 4, and 5, especially 2, 4, and 5 are very much related towards those services that are happening. And so I was going to ask Kim if maybe she could paint the big picture first of the discussion on these items, and then we'll invite the service providers to talk a little bit more in detail of them if they would like to.
Kim Havakati, Deputy County Administrator. There are 4 contracts on the agenda today. One is pursuant to a federal grant to meet the requirements of the federal grant. The other 3 are through Sherwood Fund grants. All of these services are being provided within the Douglas County Youth Center to provide the needed mental, behavioral health, and social well-being of our youth. The first one is a $400,000 grant. You just saw the data with regards to the stability services. I know Dr. Carball has created a one-page sheet also handed out to you on these stability services. These services were funded through a federal grant, and that federal grant ended as of about mid-October. We're out of funding. We do really want these services to continue. They cost about $400,000 a year, so we're requesting funding from Sherwood Grant in order to continue the stability service contracts. The other contract, the next contract is with UNMC Monroe Meyer, is to provide a school psychologist and a licensed psychologist to Douglas County Youth Center for our specific youth there. The reason that one is on the agenda, it is for the same budgeted amount. It's a federal grant, but we expanded the services to include a school psychologist to meet the youth within DCYC that have IEPs, and we want to make sure that we're meeting those requirements. The next 2 items on the agenda are new services that we started in the Douglas County Youth Center. One is with Ron Smith, who's providing some direct gun and youth violence services. You'll notice Dr. Carball also prepared a one-page handout on the data from the past year with regards to the services by Ron Smith, and he is present here. And then the other one is a 6-month contract with Viable Healing within the Douglas County Youth Center, who is doing restorative justice groups. There's also a separate data sheet with regards to the success we've had of both programs.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And so I did want to invite those providers to say a quick word about their program if they would like to.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Hey, good morning.
I've never been in an arena like this before, but I can speak on behalf of the work that's being done in Douglas County Youth Center, dealing with the youth one-on-one. I've been going into youth.
Sir, sorry, can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry, Ronald Smith. Yeah, and I've been going into youth center 20 years. My former life gives me the credibility to talk about gangs and drugs. And one of the things I did way back in 2011 is I decided to leave a ministry and go straight to the streets of Omaha, Nebraska, and create the reputation of getting in the face of high-risk individuals and telling them to put the gun down. With that being said, maybe a couple of years with that, during that motion of time, me and Rondi Woodard talked about what it would look like to bring gang prevention inside of DCYC. The key to gang prevention is developing a relationship. So what I do from Monday through Friday, from 8:30 to 4 o'clock, I meet with those kids that come into the youth center with gun charges and gang membership. And I take them through a process of intervention and prevention, showing and telling them that the choices that they make and the consequences that come with those choices can be deadly. So it's almost like upfront, in your face. And what gives me the credibility is, again, the kids know I work the community. I'm here to help you. I give life lessons, just dealing with common sense, common topics such as what is knowledge? Do you know yourself? How to build a relationship? What's the role of a teenager? And things like that. And we get into some deep study and we go over some of the charges, and I know a little bit about the law, not that much. I can't be a lawyer, but I can tell you that if it's your first time, you might get a slap on the wrist, and you might not. But if it's your third time, you're in trouble, and I need to tell you the truth. I even have had opportunities to go home with the youth. I think I got about 8 of them now on probation that I do a provider service with probation. I spend time with these kids. I visit these kids after 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday, and I take them to get jobs. I take them to start school. I help them get their driver's license. In the mentor capacity, I'm the one that they can bounce things off. I'm the one that they can come and say, hey, look, Ron, I got a problem. Also, we deal with mediation and conflict. I can squash or help you squash or stop the beefing in the streets. Most of these issues and most of the conflicts that I discuss with them, you won't hear about on the news because, you know, saving a life starts with a conversation. If you're gonna, and I tell them this, if you're gonna shoot me because I like McDonald's and you like Burger King, that's not cool. It's all burgers. And one of the things I challenge the parents of the kids is to know what your kid is doing. I mean, come on. I mean, let's just be real. This is your kid. I know you love him. He's the only one you got. I get it. But what is he doing in the streets? What is his behavior? I challenge the community. Being with U-Turn for 7.5 years, I challenge the community that we know who's doing what in our community, and we're liable for talking to that kid, talking them down, letting them know, hey, say that don't work. We can do better. And along those lines, I get involved with. Really, the hard part of this is building a relationship. Our young people that's high risk need to know that they can bounce something off somebody, that they have an ear. So the youth center gives you access to the kids who has access to the street. And now the street in the community can be healed. Because now you got an advocate in the community that's standing loud and saying, hey, look, this don't work. So along with all the other programs such as U-Turn, Bible Healing, we're able to affect the life of these young people. Not all of them, but we can grab at least 20 to 25. I mean, I got on my list right now. I was telling Abby, I did a profile. I do a profile on a kid when they come into the youth center. I sit down with them. I just deal with the ones that catch the gun case and the ones that's known gang members. And when I do a profile, what I find out is, you know, they're mostly single parents, and we all know that, with no dad at home. So now, as a mentor, I become a dad. I become one that will pick you up and take you to a job interview, one that will give you a tie and show you what it looked like in order to get a job and keep a job. So that part that I do is not really, you don't see it, but you see it in the numbers because you see the kids that when he first get a job, he light up. Real story, just this week I had a 16-year-old who came to our facility and he had a gun charge. He goes to Arizona, goes to Arizona for about 8 months, comes back home. Who's with him? Nobody's with him. I picked the kid up through probation. Now the kid has a job, the kid has a bank account, the kid is in school, and he worked with one of our known probation officers, James Bankhead. So that's not in the numbers, but we just saved the kid's life. And that's what it's about. It's about saving one kid. I often tell the story about why I do what I do, because I care. I give back. I owe. I took a lot, so I owe. And I ask this question: how do you save a duck from getting hit by a truck the duck is in the middle of the street? What's the first thing you got to do? That's a question. You can entertain me a little bit.
Grab it.
Grab it. I said, Mr. Kavanaugh, how do you save a duck from getting hit in the middle? How do you stop a duck, save a duck from getting hit by a truck in the middle of the street? What's the first thing you got to do?
Obviously out of the street.
No, you got to speak duck. I speak duck. So we together can save some kids. I speak their language. And let me just share, I am a taxpayer. I'm a citizen. One thing about being a credible messenger, I don't break the law no more. I don't break the law. I don't do that no more. Yeah, I've been healed. I've been transformed. I no longer participate in destructive behaviors. So I'm able to tell you, if you keep going down that road, what's at the end of it? Now, you can listen to me. You cannot listen to me, but it behooves you to listen. Because when you're in the street gang and you're carrying guns and you don't know how to mediate your conflict, you're setting yourself up for destruction. I was blessed. I woke up at 30 years old. I woke up, and mind you, by the way, I'm still looking like 35. So don't worry about it. But that's what we bring to the table. We bring credibility, real stories to these young folks. Now, can you save them all? No. But that one on the borderline, if you can talk to him and you can speak duck, he'll listen, because he speak duck. Any questions? I'm just keep it real. I don't know how else to do
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I do want to get to questions, but I also, was there any other providers that wanted to say a quick word today? Or was that it? That was it? Oh, okay. Right back there.
Now, you see that? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
And we work together, too, so.
I'm gonna let them know we do good work together. How y'all doing? I'm Roscoe Wallace, CEO and Program Director of Viable Healing. Some of y'all know me because we've been had a lot of conversations about restorative justice. To kind of answer what Kavanaugh was talking about earlier, about some of the improvement or lack of, some of the things that we're doing now we haven't been doing before. One of them is teaching the kids actually the impact of what they're doing. One of the sayings that we say to a lot of the kids is, you're not just killing your op, you're killing the block. And saying that is we're teaching them about the ripple effects of the violence, all the way down to the taxpayers, the money that's spent on programs, the people that's the staffing in DCYC, the money we're asking for Chaplain Ron and myself. What I mean by what we're doing differently, even with probation, what Chaplain Ron just talked about, the wraparound. That's the wraparound. Everybody talked about it, but nobody's implementing it. The wraparound is actually, even when these kids go away and come back, another thing Chap mentioned, relationship. If you build the relationship, and that's where we wasn't being able to get the wraparound. So if we get the home program probation, the right providers, we'll wrap around. And that's kind of the things that we're doing now. And so the same thing with Chap and myself. We found that what he's doing, and he said, it's restorative. He's validating the kid. You have value in spite of what you did. You have to be accountable. That's that clear message that he was giving them. We're not going to sugarcoat this. You killed somebody in the community. You're 13. You're scared. And then my program come in where the workshop is teaching the impact, the ripple, and giving the impact, the empathy. And you guys will see it in the report. These kids will come in and you'll ask them, okay, if somebody in our evaluations, if someone was hurt and you didn't know them, how would you feel about it? They would basically like, who cares? To after the workshop, getting into the middle, and then some of them seeing, wow, this is what I did. And so they see the vast impact. Then we have the support circles, which is constantly every 8 weeks. We start a new one. They celebrate, we start a new one. These kids have taken it on themselves to facilitate these circles themselves. I have a staff of 6. We're in there all week, Monday through Sunday. And these spaces that we're creating, these kids are being able to talk about things that they don't talk about to counselors. They don't talk about in Boys Town. They don't talk about in a lot of the programs. But we get them to talk about it in that space. Why? All it takes is one tough guy to be vulnerable. I miss my mom. Oh, wow. Did he just say that? And they do it in a group. These are things that DCYC know. So when we're talking about a difference and that impact, and let me just tell you why we're staying in the 70s. It's not about the influx of coming in. It's how many stay in. Because the providers will not receive these certain type of guys that Chaplain Ron and myself deal with and we find. Because we get to the core. They babies. They've committed violence that they have to be accountable for. But when you're asking and these judges saying, what programs do we have? We have the same ones. And they saying, I don't know if I want that kid. That kid likes to run. That kid got in the face of staff. And so we have these kids staying at 70. Now, with my program, what I'm asking, and for CHAP, is to give us a bit more time. I've been in there since January to September. I know the results personally. I can sit here and tell you a bunch of personal stories of some of the toughest kids. Rondi can tell you too. The lockdown, so much has happened since we've been in there. But what I'm really enthused and looking forward to is the recidivism. At least after a year of the kids that's coming back, because of the wraparound that we're forming. We're asking to get the work done inside DCYC. That's building of the relationship. But as a young kid, I know that was in trouble. Once I walk out that door, faced with my gang, faced with all those decisions that I've sat inside DCYC and made a conscious decision and challenged and said they're not right, change is crazy. When you go out there, your family don't even look at you like, what are you wearing? Because they're used to that. So who follows that kid? Like Chap said, who follows them? Who even wants them? So you guys got to think about it. That 77% we had, it could be lower than that if somebody just grabs some of those kids. Because some of them sitting in there, and if they had the right providers, I'm not saying release them because restorative justice ain't this simple process. It's about accountability. But if we can follow through with some of these kids, we would save money, we'd be able to open up buildings, and our community would be safer. So that's what I'm saying. And let me just add this before I finish. The money that had been allotted to viable healing, I've been able to employ 6 staff, professional, some here with me, professional, and lived experience, works beautifully, to tend to our young ladies in there just as much as our young men. I was allotted to do 4 victim impact workshops. Didn't have a lot of money. And I think 5 8-week continuations of circles. We've completed a workshop in every unit, 11 of them, not 4. And we've continued the 8-week circle all the way up until now today. So I just say that I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity the last time. I want to thank Kim for believing and knowing, I'll get this done. And you guys know I've been hammering you guys about this restorative thing because I believe in it. I breathe it. I live it. I live restorative. I wake up accountable to repair, restore the harm that I've done, and try to create some peace and healing in my life. That's why my company's called Viable Healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're going to get into some questions on the services and resolutions in front of us. We could motion to approve the services 2, 3, 4, and 5 together in block and then have a discussion around those if we want to simplify. Motion by Borgeson, second by Fahey. All right, let's get into some discussion. Commissioner Borgeson and then Kavanaugh.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a couple comments from both speakers because you've really, I think, hit the points very well, especially Chaplain Ron Smith, when he said that those closest, basically I'm rewording what you said, but those closest to the problem have the best solutions. That's what I've always believed. And you having had a lived experience as well as you, to me, that's the testimony right there. I mean, we look at the numbers, we look at the stats, we look at the success that you're having with our youth, and that to me is a beautiful thing. You also talked about the story about the kid being sent to Arizona, and I have said over and over and over and over again that, yes, absolutely, that you can, I don't care if it was where it was you send a kid, if you bring them back without any change, without any service, without any support into the same environment to which they left, you're not gaining anything. And so being able to come back to have those services in place with that youth and family, not just the youth, but the family, is very, very important. And so what all you said is so, it rings true to my ears, but it also is very, it makes me have much more hope for our youth of today, that there are individuals like you both who are taking the time to be in our facility and work with our youth, that you see their potential. And that is not giving them a pass on what they did, but that's looking at them and trying to find what assets they have that you can build upon to make them a better person if and when they get out. I understand there's going to be youth who have to go away for a very long time, but there are also youth that will be out sooner rather than later, and we have to make sure, and you all are doing that, making sure that they have the tools and resources that they need to lift themselves up with the help of you all to be able to go back into the community and be a productive individual. So I can't thank you enough. I think this is very promising. I think that, again, the wait times you talked about with them lingering in the youth center is troubling to me. We need to probably have more conversations about that. But I think we're on the right path. And again, with your help, we've been able to make, I think, great progress. And I thank you for that.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. And I appreciate Mr. Is it Reverend?
Ron's from Chap. They call me Chaplain Ron.
Chaplain.
Chaplain.
I appreciate what you do, and Roscoe, what you do. You know, anything for a kid is learned behavior. You know, learning how to be a good student, learning how to be a good car booster. You learn it. It's learned behavior. And I think everybody here, we have all kinds of disagreements, but everybody here agrees we want to help these kids learn good behavior. We might differ on how we do that, but you're there on the front line doing it one-on-one, and that really is the only way it goes. I think we got big problems. Part of it is, economic, institutional, whatever. Not all kids have equal opportunities. And you made a point about, a lot of these kids, they don't have a dad. Well, you're starting way back if you don't have a functioning family that gives you that support. And having folks like you to lean on as mentors and helpers and taking them to where they got to go, I mean, that's huge. So really appreciate it. Plugging along. Every kid we have to put behind bars is a failure for all of us. And that's a waste for all of us. These are good children. They're all born good children. And if we can teach them how to get through life, teach them not to be the duck in the middle of the road, that's great for all of us. That's great for all of us. So thank you for what you do. I had a quick question just on the money part of this. So we have 400,000. This is from Sherwood. Is it part of the Sherwood? It's referenced in here, 2021 allocation of $5 million.
Yes, that was 2021. Sherwood gave the county $5 million for programs and services payable at $1 million per year.
Right, but was there another portion of $5 million, or was it $5 million total?
There was $5 million for programs and services, and then $5 million for the building.
Right.
They
Has the building portion been paid over?
No.
Okay.
No, it has not.
And what portion of the $5 million for services are we in now? You say it's $1 million a year.
Sherwood has paid us $3 million for services since 2021. They will owe $1 million for this year and $1 million for 2026.
So we've discussed this a little bit. The youth center, which we're currently using rather than the thing across the street, is in need of some repair, and we're repairing it mod by mod using our own money. But because so much money was expended on the thing across the street, there isn't a lot of money to do the youth center upgrades where all of these kids stay. Would any of the $5 million for that project be available to do the upgrade of the existing youth center where the kids actually are?
The agreement that currently is with Sherwood for programs and services, no, that funding could
No, I'm
not be
talking
used.
about the one for
The
the
$5
building.
million for the building, that would be a negotiation between the county board and Sherwood because there's not an agreement
Thank you.
on
That might be something we want to explore. I know you guys are doing this. It's about $10,000 a mod, which is chicken feed. And we've got, between 77 and 99 kids there regularly. We need to do more just on the physical plant. that
That's
we
it.
house them. Thank you again, all of you. You're doing good work.
Thank you. Before we move towards a vote, Ronnie, did you have a burning comment there?
I just wanted to let everyone know that these guys are part of the family that we have at the youth center. They're providing a lot of support for the youth in the facility. This is something that me and Ron came up with a long time ago, probably about 6 years ago, discussing what it would be like to have someone in the facility all the time that's working with the youth to try to stop them from, getting in their own way. And we've been utilizing at the facility the community providers that are working with probation, who are probation providers also. So when they come in the facility, they can build relationships with the youth at the facility, which will transition, hopefully onto the street. And, also, because you work with a lot of kids that's been in the facility, this program, what they're doing with Bible Healing in the facility, it helps with what's the success that Radius is having because it's the same language the kids are speaking there. We have lots of other programs that are coming in also that are helping out with this same concept. We use U-Turn. We have North Omaha community partnership. We got, so anyone who's a community provider and they have registered to provide services with probation, we are welcoming them into the facility to help us with the youth, so those relationships can be built and we can continue the concept that we're utilizing to try to, bring the numbers down.
Appreciate it.
I might add, that's the
Yep.
wraparound that wasn't happening before. Even community partners, because I work also the same restorative program with Radius, so we're able to, and we're on that page now. We're starting to communicate, so Radius get a better. That's why you don't see a lot of kids running, and I've been working with Radius since their inception. So that's one of the reasons why you see some of that has decreased. Not tooting our horn, but it's the same language. So the guys is leaving DCYC going into Radius, they know what the expectation is. It's that same foundation that we're building.
And now also Ron he's always been family at the youth center, so also the staff members, are engaged in what he's doing. We communicate all the time with all the kids. Everybody's involved in this. And we currently are now trying to train our staff members on the Bible healing and things like that. So we're trying to bring everything along. We just haven't had a lot of time to get everything up and running the way we want it to run. But we do know for a fact that there's been a big decrease in the assaults and the fights that we've had in the facility. Don't want to speak on the numbers yet until we have them, but there's a noticeable decrease in the types of violence that we're having in the facility. Yeah.
That's because we give up popcorn.
Yeah.
we got bribery going on too, y'all.
Oftentimes I say this to Randy. I say, what's the best thing about being locked up? Yeah. What's the best thing about being locked up? Anybody want to give it a shot? Eating. I got a cheeseburger, let's talk. I got a bag of chips, let's talk. I got peanut butter, let's not fight. Let's eat. So I thank you guys for supporting.
Thank you. I will mention briefly on my end, I do follow the numbers every week, and there's definitely something good happening. First half of this year, we were easily ranging in 90 to 95 on average, and now we're in our fourth week of being in the 70s. I was joking with Layla that if we make it to 6 weeks, we might consider it the new norm, maybe, which is a positive that, we're running 4 weeks in the 70s. So something good's happening.
Yeah.
I think y'all are part of that good alongside other partners and staff, of course, and everyone else that's a stakeholder. So appreciate that work.
You remind me, we didn't have no new gun charge in September. We had no new, I went bananas. But then we had 2 that came back. But we had no new gun charges. So we appreciate the work.
Do we have a couple comments here? Commissioner Borgeson?
Wanted to, again, talk about the wraparound. And sometimes government works slow, right? Well,
Yeah.
Kim will remember this because this is when she was at the state, but we brought together the community and talked about the creation of the wraparound, which was at the time called Kaleidoscope, back in, I think it was Pittsburgh, where it actually started, the individual who created the wraparound program, and we introduced it to our providers. And again, it is a proven method of how to be successful with youth in all circumstances. And so this, especially in the juvenile justice, being able to finally get to where we truly have a wraparound program, I think we are only going to see our numbers improve from here forward. So thank you again for what you guys do.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavanaugh?
I just want to reiterate the thanks for your commitment and your passion and doing what you do, and all the folks that have come out today. I'm sure there's other things you could be doing other than trying to help these poor kids get a decent life. So thank you. You help lift us all up when you do what you do. And there's no amount of money that can compensate for that. So I really want to say we all appreciate it. You're doing good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Rondi, that goes for you and your dedicated staff there. You do great work. and it's not easy. So we appreciate it. Thanks very much.
And final note to Roscoe, I'm very jealous that I see no gray hairs anywhere on you. I don't know how you do it. Because
That's all. I want to thank Abby too. We're gonna have some real good data, guys, if you let us. We will have some better data coming. All right.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We're going to get to that vote here on items 2, 3, 4, and 5 under Child and Youth Services.
Motion passes 6-0. Commissioner Rogers is absent.
Thank you. We do have some items under Human Resources, including the weekly personnel report from Civil Service as presented. Items 2 through 5 are maybe standard renewals, yearly renewals. Would you say, Commissioner Borgeson, maybe give a highlight of the 4 and we can just vote as a package, perhaps?
Yes, we had thank you, we had a committee meeting the other day about these, and yes, they are renewals with some increases, but we're able to negotiate some of those down. But again, it's what we have currently, and these are all renewals. So I
Very
would
good.
have make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve items 2 through 5 under Human Resources by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Any additional comment or question on those items? Good? Yeah. Okay. All right, we can vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. We do have a need for executive session for the purpose of litigation, legal advice, personnel, and contract negotiations for Board of Commissioners. Please note, after we complete Board of Commissioners, there will be a request to move to create an emergency meeting for Board of Trustees so that we can have an executive session for trustees for the purpose of personnel and legal advice. So don't leave right away after we conclude commissioners. So first, can I get a motion for executive session for commissioners? Motion by Borgeson, second by Fahey. Please vote on that.
Commissioner Morgan is voting yes. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. The board will now go into executive session for the purposes of litigation, legal advice, personnel, and contract negotiations.
we're not going to, we're going to wait. We're going to hold on. Thanks for being here. It's been a long time.
Motion to reconvene and adjourn by Commissioner Borgeson, second by Commissioner Friend. Motion passed 5-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent, and Commissioner Rogers was absent as well. The meeting adjourned at 1:27 p.m. There was a Board of Health Center, Douglas County Health Center, Community Mental Health Center Board of Trustees emergency meeting planned for after the Board of Commissioners meeting, but that is no longer going to take place. Thank you.